this music. All right, so jumping into things here, obviously it's a bloody day on Wall Street. Short-dated options contracts are going to get annihilated today if you're on the long side. And this is what they love to do. So the reason why we see typically Fridays selling off sharply is because everything on a Friday is considered a 0 DTE if you're in some close dated contracts. So those close dated contracts get absolutely slaughtered to the downside today. Obviously, we're seeing the S&P 500 under pressure. You have Amazon gapping down sharply in the pre-market. Apple's trying to hold steady here, but right now you have the S&P down 0.96%, QQQ down 1.1, and the IWM, the Russell small caps, getting slaughtered down 2.18%. Everyone is exiting stage left here. This is going to provide a beautiful day trade opportunity to go long this morning. What's important to note in the pre-market, this little recent 10-minute down candle here in the pre-market on the S&P, and obviously SoFi experiencing it too, you have some severe employment data coming out this morning. It just came out 6 minutes ago, and we'll review that as a whole. But before we review that, we have to look at what the yield market is doing. So one of the reasons the market is selling off, there's a couple reasons. The Fed rate expectations going into FOMC were for a cut in September. That drastically swung in favor of no cut in September. And I did pull up that CME Fed watch tool. You can see that 59% of the market is pricing in a no rate cut in September, whereas 41% is pricing in a rate cut. So that should drastically swing today. And for a couple reasons, we did get some employment data. It hasn't really updated yet on the Fed watch tool, but it should. And what I'm seeing here is look at that 2-year yield drop. The interest rates this morning are dropping heavy. They're down more than the markets. You have gold pumping to the high side. So I think that there could be even a scenario where the IWM gets bid up in the near term. But 2-year yield getting slaughtered, almost down 4%. Look at that nasty red candle. The 10-year yield is only down 2%. So we're seeing kind of a couple things that are going on here. The short end of the curve, the Fed is potentially losing control of the short end. The long end of the curve, although it's down today 2%, it is starting to blow out. That spread between the 10 and 2 is looking pretty nasty. Again, there's about a 2% spread differential right now between the 10 and the 2-year. Although the 10-year is down drastically, the 2-year is falling even sharper, and that is what the problem is. So we had some employment data come out in around that 8:30 time frame. You had the average hourly earnings coming in at 3.9%. Expectations was 3.8%. You did have also non-farm payrolls come out. Market consensus was for 106,000. It came in at 73,000 jobs. So the U.S. only added 73,000 jobs in July when they were expecting 106,000. That is a big miss to the downside. And typically this is what's interesting, right? What's really, really fascinating about this employment data is into the end of the year, the employment cycle typically starts to weaken as companies, the S&P 500 companies, major companies start to cut into the end of the year, reduce exposure, investors try to trim, be a little bit more lean. July is a very bullish month for the overall market, as we've seen. And as you get into these later quarters, things typically become a little bit more wobblier. Not saying we can't keep trending higher, not saying that this is a flat out recessionary signal, but it is the first real signal that we've seen in the US employment market that doesn't show robust employment. Now, the unemployment rate also came out in the after hours. You saw expectations around 4.2% unemployment for July, and it came in at 4.2%. So that's in line. But we're starting to maybe, just maybe, see cracks in the employment market. Ryan asking, long-term stocks though, long-term stocks you just got, should I just leave? Well, it's a tough one. We'll review some things. I don't want to really give you financial advice of what to do, but just recognize the market has been extended. I mean, the fact I've been saying for a couple weeks now that you shouldn't be buying up here. You should be trimming. You should be trimming. You should be trimming. And we have trimmed a whole host of positions into the market strength. And obviously that has been so far in the near term a good call. But it doesn't mean you just exit stage left. There's still a lot of quality setups in the market on the long side. I still hold long positions. But you've just seen some of your market leaders, right? Some of those leaders that have carried this market higher and just saturated this whole market is the semiconductors. So the likes of NVIDIA, AMD, the semiconductor complex, Microsoft has been ferociously strong, And if they start to see some liquidation, that's where you should get a little bit of material weakness. Obviously, the S&P is pushing up here. This is an algorithmic buy on the back of falling yields. The market does like that, but just recognize the VIX is elevated. Yields are falling drastically, which means people are fleeing to bonds for safety. You do have gold pumping, which is another sign that people are fleeing to safety. So we just need to be very, very careful with what happens here in the overall market. I mean, it's a nice gap down today. Is there going to be a potential day trade opportunity to go long? Yes, there is. I'm hopeful that we retest the lows here on the S&P, but you can see we're getting a pretty big stick to the upside right now, and that's likely due to a little bit of an algorithmic buying program in the pre-market here. Yields falling sharply is what's sending these stocks positive on the session. All right, so we're going to discuss a couple earnings plays. Right now, Apple's up 1.81%. Microsoft's up 0.5%. Amazon down 7.5%. Meta seeing some weakness. Tesla's actually on watch for a long today, guys. It's into a nice daily chart level. Yield softening could be beneficial for Tesla. So we'll have to watch that carefully. But look at that pump in the pre-market. I still think we're going to get sold into. But for now, the market is rejoicing in a little bit of softer yields on the back of employment data, which again, employment data weakening, yield softening, you would expect stocks to go down, but algorithms are programmed to buy the dip when they sense cost of capital lowering. Crude oil right now is turned back to the positive side. Nat gas slightly positive. All right, let's review some of these earnings reports. So we'll quickly go through some of the recent earnings that just happened. Yeah, markets are starting to bounce, but don't be surprised if they sell into that. And again, pre-market liquidity, it's very light to pump the market in pre-market. We got to see the real heavy volume come in the regular session. So pre-market, I mean, it's getting a small pump, but just recognize the institutions, the big boys that move this market, don't trade in the pre-market, okay? Just as an FYI. So we'll have to see how the market opens is really not what matters, it's how it closes. So don't get overzealous just because you're getting a small bid. Yes, it's going slightly green or trying to, but you still have some material weakness in this market. And I do think that there's going to be opportunity to exploit this weakness. But IWM got the ferocious bounce, and that's due to the softer yield. So IWM was down almost 2%, over 2% in the pre-market, and now it's only down about 1.5. So it's been almost a 0.5, 0.6% bounce in small caps. Really stunning bounce off of the lows for the IWM. But again, bonds are being bought up like you cannot believe with those falling yields. So that's just something that needs to be taken with caution. Gold is absolutely flying to the high side right now, guys. Gold is trying to recap. Gold is way above. Look at that pump on gold. I mean, oh my goodness. Holy moly. Look at those 10-minute green candles. That is a ferocious. That is a flee to safety, guys. People do not like the, and again, this non-farm payrolls, we have been having such strong economic data, robust economic data in over the last several months. It has been mind-blowingly strong, and this is the real first crack that I have seen and observed in the employment data. The non-farm payrolls coming in a lot lighter than the expectations. Usually we've been blowing it out of the water with Trump basically onshoring all these jobs, all these tariffs, bringing back things to America. Now we're starting to see a little bit of material weakness. And remember, this is lagging. Employment data is lagging. So we could be, a month or two behind what's really in the economy. It's always lagging data, and this is why historically the Fed always makes the Federal Reserve policy mistake because they are responding to lagging data. All right? Any employment data is always lagging by at least a month. All right, so let's go through some of the trading setups today. We'll discuss the indices in a minute, but we'll go through some of the high flyers this morning. I'm just looking through. We did have some earnings. I'm just going to tighten up SPY here. We'll keep that a little bit smaller so we can still see some things. But look at gold roaring here, guys. Oh my goodness, up 1.65%. Huge reversal off of the lows. All right, we're looking at triple CS. And if you guys are seeing any sort of stocks making nice moves, let me know. We're looking for opportunities as a collective. I only have 2 eyes to scan things here. Bunch of indicators, so feel free to put some tickers in the chat. We're looking for high volume setups, big moves, shortable opportunities, longable opportunities. Stocks hitting big moving averages like the 50, the 200, weekly setups, weekly 20 moving averages. So that's kind of what we're looking for, major support zones, and then we'll identify some confluencing factors. All right, CCS gapping up here on earnings, sweeping a high pivot liquidity, strong stock in a weak market. This one probably gets bid up. I'm seeing probably this one goes at least over 11 bucks, but nothing really to do there. Not a name that I'm going to be trading. What is this? Biorad Laboratories up a little bit in the pre-market, gapping up. Nothing for me to do there. Let's look at Regeneron here. REGN, that's up 8.2, just over 8% on its earnings. So coming out with a pretty decent print on Regeneron, beating both the top and bottom line by a wide margin. And this is an interesting chart because this chart was appearing to actually break down, guys. So Regeneron was looking like a bit of a failed bearish, it was looking like a bearish breakdown here. You can see it closed below this trend line, and now it's negating this move. So this is a failed bearish move. What comes from big bearish moves or failed bearish moves is big bullish moves. And now you can actually see there's an inverse head and shoulders pattern, which is a very strong bottoming formation, especially since it's been trading near these 52-week lows. It makes this pattern even more highly probable to continue seeing some upside. So not only is this a day trade long, but this is a swing trade. I think Regeneron could probably try to at least tap this 597 zone, guys. That is an A+ setup. Daily chart resistance is sitting at that EMA 113. If things really start to squeeze, and let's say the market does get a bounce, Regeneron can easily go for this gap fill. You have a confluencing Fibonacci level there sitting around that, sitting around that 608 zone, okay? So we'll have to watch that closely. I do like that. I'm going to write that on as a ticker to watch, guys. REGN, that's for sure. Obviously, we're still swinging a couple of positions from yesterday. SoFi puts, they're opening up in the money, which will be really nice. Carvana's testing 384, gapping down another $6 right now. So that's looking pretty positive in the near term, guys. Really positive. All right, so Regeneron on watch for a bit of a long continuation. Let's just see where we spiked to in the pre-market. Yeah, so you've actually had a nice spike, but that is an A+ setup for a continuation long. How we trade that is we look for a bit of a retrace back to this downsloping trend line, and then a continuation long. And again, remember everything is 0DT today, so there's going to be lots. All right, ticker 5, Fiverr, or 59, FIVN. Seeing some pre-market strength here. I don't know why am I... Just give me a second, I need to reconnect my headphone here so I can hear what's going on. 2 seconds here, guys. Alright, we should be getting configured here. Right now I'm seeing Nvidia down 2%. That's heavy, guys. World's largest company getting absolutely clapped. Look at the S&P giving back pretty much that whole pump there. So this is what market makers like to do, right? A couple people said, "Oh, stocks are starting to make a bottom here, bouncing." They were, but they get you excited, right? They want you to pile in on this liquidity. Liquidity traps are a real thing in this market. You know, people see a quick 10-minute green candle, they get excited. Boom, they want to pile in, and then all of a sudden, you're trading down if you bought that high of that candle, thinking that, oh, there's plenty of room to the upside. So, like I said, pre-market, there's a ton of manipulation, guys, that we just need to be careful of. All right, so let's continue to go through some of these earnings. All right, so 5.9, that's gapping up on its earnings. Nothing really I see there that I like. RKT is a high short interest name. The actual falling, let me flip it on the big screen here. The falling yields is something that can actually benefit the short squeeze stocks, guys. So RKT is one. If you're aggressive and wanting to trade that on the long side, it's obviously pumping up here on earnings, having a nice move in the pre-market. And this is a high short interest name. It is sensitive to what interest rates do. Cost of capital can influence the business model. But this one looks like it could squeeze today. Another name where if you're wanting to buy a retrace back to, say, this 1560 pivot, that could work out. I mean, you could easily retest. You know, gap fill is sitting about 21 cents below. But as long as you hold above these pivot zones here, RKT could squeeze. Very, very high short interest name. I can't remember what the short interest was when I last checked, but it's probably gotten a lot more since you've had a nice decline and now they're gapping it up. So definitely a strong mover there. A couple of your other strong stocks, solar stocks. First Solar reported earnings yesterday. Oh, typed that wrong. FSLR. So FSLR was looking to go through a bit of distribution. Now it is gapping up. It did have a much higher spike yesterday in the pre-market. You can see it spiked all the way to about 187. So I think that there's a chance that FSLR could actually retest that pre-market high. It's sitting right on a little bit of a knife edge, trying to break out here of a much larger pattern. You can see the downsloping trend line of resistance that is in play. Again, First Solar is on the cusp of trying to make a move back into the 200 zone. So we could see that one coming up in the near term. It's looking pretty positive, considering, you know, you had some material weakness in Enphase, which really dampened the solar sector. First Solar right now is showing some pretty decent strength, well off of the lows. When you look at ENPH, right? ENPH obviously had that decimation on earnings, and right now it's obviously at the lows, still making lower lows. Let's look at Sunrun, RUN, another high-flying short interest solar stock. This chart pattern is not looking too bad. So Run has been consolidating bullishly into its earnings report. Couple attempts at trying to break out. Obviously, any pattern can fail going into earnings. Let's look at Solar Edge. They did have some announcement news that came out, which spiked it. That spike got sold into. Obviously, this pattern is looking a little bit more distribution pattern. So right now, First Solar is the only kind of solar stock that looks and appears to be holding some technical structure at the moment. Let's look at some of these other earnings reports that did come out. Give me a second here. Go to the earnings. So we had a ton of energy reports come out today, guys. XOM, obviously, ExxonMobil is one of the big names that reported. You can see that XOM had a double beat both on the top and bottom line, which is obviously positive. Earnings came in at 81.5 billion for XOM. Consensus was 80.7, beating on the top line. EPS was $1.56. Forecast came in at $1.64 per a share. So these stocks, energy stocks, could actually see a rotation. Typically, when you do see the market going through a bit of material weakness, which obviously we are seeing that today, energy is often a place where some of that tech capital that's flowing out of semiconductors and your XLK basket typically flows into XLE. Right now, what do you have positive in the pre-market? Oil, basically trading flat, but holding positive. Natural gas up 1%. Off of good earnings reports, these stocks should and likely will hold their gains. So if you're looking at some conservative longs, ones that aren't going to make drastic moves, energy is looking like a pretty safe place to hide today in terms of long trade setups. Again, where I think XOM could go, if this report holds steady, I mean, XOM could retest the 114 area. I actually do like XOM. We have traded XOM countless times, and it's one of my best trading vehicles. So I'll continue to watch XOM. I really want to see if crude oil can make a little bit of a push. The only hesitancy I have about trading energy stocks is that I do think that crude oil has done a liquidity sweep of the shorts off of this low, and it could start to come down. The level that I want to see WTI crude hold is this high pivot zone here. You can see we've wicked through it on 2 consecutive days. That's the only signal of caution that I want to bring to your attention on trading energy. For the time being, though, obviously WTI crude is bouncing sharply off of that EMA 113 on the hourly chart. But we'll have to see if it can build a base here to float to that 69. If I see it break above this high pivot, call it 68.90, then XOM should start to fly to the upside, guys. We also had CVX reports, so Chevron actually missed on the top line revenue. Forecast was 45.6 billion. It came in at 44.82 billion. They beat EPS. Forecast was $1.75, came in at $1.77. What is the reaction on Chevron right now? This is the first time I'm looking at the chart. Chevron at the moment seeing a slight gain, not as strong as XOM. So XOM still kind of your blue chip leader in the overall sector. Lind PLC also reported earnings, a beat both on the top and bottom line. 8.5 billion rev, $4.09 on the EPS side. That's gapping up slightly. Enbridge Energy also reported, so you can see the energy basket has been in the limelight this morning. Basically all of your big players reporting. Enbridge is an interesting one because you've back tested a couple key levels, and right now Enbridge is on the daily chart, it's looking strong heading into this earnings report. And at the moment, I'm just trying to let my pre-market data load. It's not really giving me any pre-market signals. Let's see if I can flip intraday. We'll let that populate. But Enbridge is pretty flat on the session right now. Not doing too much there. All right, let's continue to scroll through here. Colgate reported earnings. Let's see what that's doing. Ticker CL. So consumer staples are another one that typically see a fleet of safety. I remember I was saying for the last couple weeks, utilities were giving us some crazy defensive signals. I said we're getting very close to a market top because utilities were outperforming. You saw that XLU basket, and really it came in individual names. I mean, look at the XLU basket, guys, in the recent sessions, just absolutely ripping. When the market was down yesterday, what did utilities do? Closed up 0.54%. So these are the little intraday market signals that you need to learn and grasp on, because they can put you in the position of making highly profitable trades. And again, utilities were a big signal. We obviously had PEG as one of our high flyers. We took monster profits on PEG here. Basically at the highs of the session, we were writing those $85 calls off of this $81 level. That was a nice member trade signal that we issued, and we banked on that trade. But nevertheless, let's continue to scroll through some of these other earnings. I'm just looking at some of the bigger boys. We already discussed Regeneron, GWW, Granger. So GWW, let's look at that quick chart. And then we'll do some of the other high flyers. I know Coinbase is out, Amazon's out. There's going to be some day trade setups there. So we'll look at some of those names as a collective. Wow, a nice big gap down on GWW. This is one that's interesting because I know a lot of retail traders don't trade this. It's a little thin on volume, but GWW is a $1,000 stock. So I know a lot of retail traders don't trade this, which is why often it can be a great trading instrument because it's an institutional stock. So typically you like to find those institutional stocks that do respect technical levels. When retail's not trading, institutional levels have a much higher probability of bouncing. All right, so names like Broadcom, AVGO, ASML, Taiwan Semi, those are your institutional stocks that typically don't overshoot levels. They typically respect them. All right, I'm just scrolling through here, seeing if there's other high flyers that I like that have reported earnings. All right, let's keep going. Moderna reported earnings, mRNA. I hate that stock, but we'll see what it's doing here. If it gives us an opportunity to make money, we can certainly trade it. Moderna gapping down. Moderna is probably a flat out short here, guys. Gapping down on earnings. Oh, Moderna is actually an A+ short setup. We're going to sweep these lows, guys. Don't be surprised if we sweep these lows. I actually do. Whoops. Sweep lows. So there's actually a potential short here on mRNA, guys. Moderna. Wow, another 9% potential downward move. I wonder if that's going to hit today. Right now it's down by about 6%. That's an aggressive short. You probably will also sweep this low at the minimum. But that is a quality short setup. I think there's a lot of meat on the bone for Moderna short, guys. mRNA. SPY shorts, well, we'll discuss the indices. We've got lots of time, still 27 minutes till the open. Let's just look at some of these individual names still. All right, Coinbase is a big one, guys. Obviously, a lot of people like to trade crypto. I like to trade crypto myself. Coinbase has put in this massive topping formation. Basically, I was doing some work on it last night, and considering the market is so weak right now, we're back testing this previous little zone. I was looking at this level that I had on my chart for a day trade long off of the earnings gap down, and let's just see what happened. You can see we're pretty much holding that area right now. So there is some technical support here on Coinbase, but there's always a but. What I don't like on Coin is that you have triggered this inverse head and shoulder. So the bigger level on Coin, guys, that I'm going to wait for and likely get a trade at is, just give me a second here. There we go. Right down here, I just populated the chart. 325 Pierce on Coin is a long 0 DTE. So how I would trade Coin is, if you're conservative, you can look for some 325 call options, basically buying in the money call options. If you're aggressive, when we hit this 324 level, you can look for 330 call options, say $5 out of the money. That's how I would trade it. Now, the most conservative way is to just pick up common shares, because if it doesn't get that bounce, let's just say we keep selling all day, then at least you can potentially mitigate your losses if there's a bounce into next week. Remember, this market's still in a very strong uptrend, very strong. We don't want to negate that uptrend in the S&P 500. This is really your first pullback yesterday, seeing some follow through to the downside. We're still in a very healthy uptrend. We were overdue. We were long overdue for a pullback, and this is what we have been positioning for. All right, Hood, guys. Hood is one that I kind of cautioned you to stay out of yesterday. I know a lot of people wanting to chase it, breaking out here, and look at that. Massive gap down on Hood, triggering a little intraday head and shoulders pattern. This one's got a considerable amount of downside, I think, Hood. I really do. So stay away from Hood for the time being. You might get an intraday bounce, but the bigger swing trade level is much, much lower, which kind of suggests that Hood should see a pretty big move to the downside, guys. Hood's valuation is stretched. I mean stretched. All right, so Apple right now, excuse me. How low on Hood? Let's just bring up that chart again. I think 91 is a very high probable area of hitting. And then this one should even retest 85. 85. Keep that 50-day moving average on watch. This is the first real time Hood since its massive breakout is gapping below your 20-day moving average. So it is looking pretty filthy to the downside for Hood. Pretty filthy. But Hood right now, its valuation is stretched. Yes, it has a lot of momentum, a lot of hype, but that's what makes stocks go higher and farther and for a much larger time frame. But the same is true for the downside. These hyped up stocks that have had these extraordinary moves can also overshoot key technical levels to the downside. Where I think market makers have to trap liquidity, guys, you always got to think about it from a liquidity standpoint, and this is something that volume comes into key. Your highest volume surge was these 3 days here, off of this massive gap up. That's where institutions want to recapture that liquidity. That's your value area. You have to think as an institution, where am I going to liquidate the most amount of longs and get shorts to cover as well? Right in this pocket here. This impulse green candle is where Hood should at minimum retest. And obviously what aligns with that area? Backtesting this high pivot. So pretty crazy, but I mean, even on a fundamental standpoint, yes, Hood's growing rapidly. Is it a great trading platform? Yes. Is it going to go higher in the future? Yes. Is it just a little bit stretched in the near term? Yeah, I would think so. So we'll certainly see how that one wants to shape up and out. All right, let's see what else we got going on here. Let's quickly discuss Amazon because this is going to be an interesting trading vehicle this morning. Amazon was one of the stronger mag names on the session and is now seeing a bit of material weakness. So Amazon, there's a lot going on this chart right now, but basically I am looking for a day trade long on Amazon around this 213, so about another $3 down. All right, so around 213.18 and leaving myself the ability to add all the way down to about 211.50. Okay, that's where I'm looking on Amazon. Amazon's low off of its earnings gap down hit around 213. What is that? 213.61 is Amazon's low in the pre-market. So Amazon's obviously Apple holding steady. But here's the thing, right? Apple's print came in extraordinary well. Top and bottom line beat. The year-over-year revenue growth was something to actually be very impressed about. Consensus was 4% year-over-year growth. It came in at double digits, 10%. So if Apple doesn't hold these gains off of this report, that is a troublesome sign, guys. Very troublesome. But strong numbers on Apple. But here's the other thing, right? Imagine if Apple's right now up what, 2.3% in the pre-market. Still a very large company impacting a lot of the baskets, especially your Dow components and S&P. If Apple goes negative, if they decide to sell Apple, imagine how much farther we'll go down in this market today. So Apple's obviously got to be unwatched. Microsoft was green in the pre-market. That's now down by about 48 cents. So just understand that. Ryan looking at a HIMS short, HIMS. Yeah, nice failed potential breakout yesterday. Look at that liquidity sweep and trap, guys. This is a prime textbook liquidity sweep and trap. Him's breaking out to the high side yesterday, luring in all of these traders that are piling in off of this momentum breakout, and then they reversed it off of that topping tail. That is filthy. Filthy. Gapping down right now. Hims has potentially had a failed breakout. Yeah, if you want to short it to the downside, you're probably going to try to retest this wide range green bar candle. There's going to be some support along the way, that's for sure. I would look for your hourly chart support around that 60-30 level. Let me just see where it is on the regular session. Wow, it's even higher there. Yeah, there'll be some support around the $61 level, but that's probably where they want to at least try to capture this impulse green candle volume. So a short down into this gap looks pretty highly probable. Highly probable, that's for sure. Good morning, Mohammed. All right, let's continue to scroll through some charts here and just see what else is shaking and moving. Again, some of your highly traded stocks: Nvidia, Amazon, Plug, SoFi, Tesla, AMD, Baxter, BAX. What's happening with Baxter? Catching some volume today. Yeah, Baxter got slaughtered yesterday, guys. Wow. BAX, absolutely a filthy decline. I mean, is this making new lows today? Almost. Almost. That could be a bit of a dead cat bouncer. Much more oversold compared to the market. But, again, oversold stocks in a weak market also typically can get sold. You can see the SPY still dripping a little bit lower here, guys. Still dripping lower. Take us down. The lower we get in the pre-market, the happier I get, because that means we have a much higher probability of catching a 0 DTE bounce play. Tesla's actually holding steady here, guys. Tesla, I like Tesla around, honestly, not down that bad. And with yield softening here, wow, that 2-year yield is collapsing, guys. That US 2-year yield, market consensus right now for a yield for a September cut is going to drastically change. Look at that drop in the 2-year yield, guys. So this is what's interesting. This is what the Federal Reserve CME watch tool looked like ahead of the employment data that we just received this morning. 59% of people were not expecting a rate cut in September. That drastically flipped compared to a few days ago of FOMC. Only 41% of market participants were expecting a rate cut in September. But when this tool updates, guys, which it should, you're probably now going to have a flip back to the rate cut scenario. So there's going to be a big opportunity to buy this dip. But look at that. But here's the problem is the 2-year yield is down 4.82, right, guys? And the 10-year yield is only down 2.81. So you're having that yield curve inversion blow out. That blowing out of the spread is not a positive sign. It means the bond market is sniffing out a Federal Reserve policy error. Just understand that. Understanding the yield curve dynamic is something that is overlooked by a lot of investors and traders. And if there's one thing that I can stress to you is at least do a half an hour of research of the 10 and 2-year yield curve and the importance of that and understanding how to track that divergence, because that is the best signal on a macro standpoint. Has a 100% success signal at identifying topping phases in the market. Nothing else. Everything else is noise, but that, and again, it's not you can't identify the top on the day. That's impossible. But it gives you basically a 3 to 6 month signal ahead of most people. And that's more than enough in Wall Street to make a huge amount of profit. All right, let's discuss some of those high flyers from yesterday. Obviously, Carvana, we're still holding short. This one's gapping down a little bit. I want to see Carvana take out the lows, but the problem with Carvana here is that obviously it had a strong earnings, and now you have interest rates falling. So typically lower interest rates do hold a bit of positivity for Carvana. We'll see if market participants want to bid this stock up, but I'm still holding short Carvana. SoFi as well is also gapping down. Those $22 puts that we're holding are in the money, guys, so that should open up quite nicely. We picked up those contracts at 6 cents yesterday. Huge win today. Those could open up, you know, 400 or 500% for us, and that was called out yesterday. Excuse me. Let's look at some of these other names. QuantumScape, QS. QuantumScape, another day where it is seeing some sell side pressure. Yeah, that's a massive gap down on QS. Wow, SMCI seeing some heavy volume as well today, guys. So SMCI is down pretty sharply here with semiconductor complex. So gapping to the downside. SMCI probably wants that gap fill. AMD trading below 170. Things are looking pretty grim here in the market. UNH finally seeing a little bit of positivity. And here's the scenario, guys. We have the S&P outperforming the Qs. Qs are outperforming the IWM. So longs on the S&P industry are more favorable, probably because you have healthcare stocks catching a little bit of a bid across the board. If I look at some of my sectors here, just give me a second. See what we got for the sector performance. We're gonna have some crazy opportunities today, guys, just as an FYI. Long, this is exactly what I wanted yesterday. I said, don't be surprised if they try to gap us down. Remember how they snaked that Microsoft and Meta liquidity by absolutely ramping the markets to the high side? Investors were trying to do that again yesterday, and they absolutely robbed people at the lows there. You know how many people piled in on the long side yesterday, buying that dip ahead of Amazon and Apple? So right now you have healthcare slightly green in the pre-market, utilities are down a little bit, and then your energy. So that's why the S&P is outperforming tech, is because XLK is one of your worst performing sector baskets, along with XLY. XLY is down 2.4% because of Amazon. And what's really interesting, guys, is that Amazon's down drastically right now. Excuse me. Amazon's down drastically, but Tesla's actually holding pretty steady. Not a bad move on Tesla, guys. Holding that wedge pattern like a champ. Let's actually tighten up this wedge here. But Tesla looks interesting. I just need to grab some more tea, guys, and I'll be right back. So, what are we doing at the open? Again, indices are tricky, and this is why this market is crazy, because the sectors that are so saturated is your tech basket, your semiconductors, and those semiconductors have so much weight and importance for this market. But the saturation in the semiconductors is what is scary to trade the indices long. These market baskets are so skewed in one direction. So therefore, S&P 500 and NASDAQ levels, if those levels can be defeated if you have your AMDs, your NVIDIAs, those two stocks alone can absolutely knife through key technical levels on the indices. So there's going to be a SPY long, but I think it's a little bit lower. Tesla is something that I'm eyeing up. I'm actually, there's a serious consideration for Tesla, guys. A serious consideration. And it's because it's one of those, more of those value plays that have actually been decimated. And it's actually holding up much better compared to some of your other names. But Tesla, and with the lower interest rates, Tesla could be one that firms up quite nicely here. I'm just scrolling through some of my other chart setups here to see if there's anything else that I'm seeing, but there's a whole host of red. I mean, silver juniors, they're performing quite nicely. But AMD down almost 4%. UNH green. GIS is green. Let me see those other mag names. So Microsoft obviously holding steady. Meta down 1.6. Netflix slightly down. JP Morgan down. Yeah, your SMH basket down 2.1. Let's look at that Regeneron again. Honestly, healthcare looks like the best. Remember Hims as earnings on Monday? Thank you. Could gap up on her. Yeah, it absolutely could. Yeah, healthcare stocks look the best. Regeneron catching a bid here, guys. You also have NVO. Whoops. Finally starting to make a bottom. So we traded NVO successfully on the downside. This name is slowly catching a bid here. This is one that could go long as well. So NVO, completely oversold, is nicely green in the pre-market here, up a couple percent. So that one could be on watch for a long. Coinbase I'm watching. Amazon, we already discussed where we would consider a long on Amazon, but it's much, much lower, around that 213.40 zone. All right, so Amazon could fall another $5 here, guys. So I got a lot of stocks on watch. I got indicators set. I got a lot of stocks on watch. Let's look at Nvidia really quickly, where I think Nvidia is going. Nvidia could have a 4% down day today. Let me pull up my other screen here as well. Wow. Guys, Nvidia is so extended still. I mean, you're well above your 20-day moving average still on Nvidia. There's going to be some support on Nvidia around this 173.60. 173.60. I'll take a peek at Citigroup in a second. But Nvidia, honestly, if Nvidia got nasty today, it could retest 169.50, 170. That would be filthy. So I'll have to look for some bottoming for it. But like what's sitting at that 170 level is your 20-day moving average. Still very extended. So your 20-day moving average, guys. Oh, I wish we flushed right into that. Down there. But there should be some support around 173. Sweeping this little low here. That's your highest volume candle here, right off of this gap up in this recent session. So even we could see Nvidia try to go to that high pivot there. I'll just populate it here. So this was your highest volume candle on Nvidia in this recent little rally. In this whole rally here, this little doji gap up candle is your highest volume. So there could be a long opportunity off of that level, guys. We'll keep that on watch. Again, looking at 0DTE's options. Good morning, everybody, again. All right, so let's look at a couple of the things here. 5 minutes, we'll set up some expectations for the indices. So we got Amazon, we got Coinbase on watch, we got Nvidia on watch for a long, we got Tesla on watch for a long. SoFi puts are absolutely going to print this morning, guys. We're deep in the money here on those $22 puts, expiry today. Those, again, I don't know how much they're going to open up, but potentially 400 or 500%. We're still short Carvana, which is seeing some downside. And let's quickly look at these indices now for identify some long levels. I know there's a lot of S&P 500 traders here. Obviously, the S&P is gapping down sharply at the moment. but you're going to have some support sweeping this impulse green candle here. You can see this high volume reversal candle, this tail candle, and this impulse green candle that got a close above this bearish reversal bar. So right in here on the S&P, call it SPY. Let me just see exactly where that is. That's where I'd consider a long, guys, on SPY. We need to pierce that low around 624.17 is where I would consider a big 0 DTE bounce. Again, if you're conservative, you buy 624 calls, 0 DTE. If you're aggressive, you buy 625. I might be a little aggressive and buy the 625s, but I'll let you know once the market opens how we get into that level. Oh, and Citigroup. Citigroup, yes. We'll look at Citigroup real quick. Sorry about that. Almost forgot. Yeah, Citigroup gapping down. I mean, we're obviously short via some put options. Nice decline across the board on all financials at the moment. So I still think financials have more downside. So we'll continue to watch them and see how they want to trade. But yeah, I do like financials for continuation down. So we've obviously been calling for them to go through a bit of a decline. There have been some of your best performing stocks. All right, let's watch both these S&P 500 trades, guys. I got SoFi. I'm looking to take some profits here into the morning dip on SoFi. So just as a heads up. But we got a lot of action here. I've given you the S&P 500 levels, which is a little bit lower. So basically the S&P needs to sweep those lows before I get interested in trading it on the long side. Again, you're probably going to have a lot of people try to pile in right off of the open. But I would personally let it go a little bit lower. And again, I'm not interested in risking my capital. I want to make a highly probable trade setup here. We're going to keep two S&P 500 charts open. I'll keep the larger hourly chart open just so we can see things. AMD trying to firm up here. And again, guys, the position alerts across the board, I won't be able to open them up, update them instantaneously, but just recognize I am going to pull some profits off of SoFi. Just a heads up. Those $22 puts are in the money. All right, let's get ready here, guys. Let's get ready for the open. Things are going to be spicy this morning, but this is exactly what we said yesterday. Be careful about buying this dip into the close. Market makers' max pain is to snake individuals and investors, and they are absolutely doing that this morning. And recognize short-dated contracts are going to explode to the downside today. If you bought net long exposure, they're going to be absolutely crushed. It's Friday. It's 0 DTEs. Contracts are expiring. It's the first day of the month. New month. Microsoft's back to the green side in the pre-market, guys. Here we go. FSLR to 200, your thoughts? Yeah, it's looking strong, FSLR, that's for sure. FSLR is looking very strong, guys. SPY continue to see more weakness. SoFi pushing to the downside. AMD's trying to catch a bit of a bounce. Amazon's bouncing a little bit. Nvidia continue to see more weakness. So you're still seeing SPY under a bit of pressure here. Guys, I trimmed half of my SoFi puts Deep in the money there. From 6 cents to 41 cents. Actually, I think I got filled at 44 cents. Beautiful little trade on SoFi. Look at that filthy gap down on SoFi, guys. Let's SPY drill. Let's SPY drill. That's nasty, guys. That is nasty. Beautiful trade there on SoFi, guys. Monster profits there. We're up over 533% on SoFi puts. That is absolutely filthy. Let the S&P come lower, guys. We do have a long setup coming into play. Tesla's actually trying to bottom here. That's quite interesting. Alright, guys, I'm all out of my SoFi puts. Took the rest of the trim at... Did it fill me? What did it fill me at here? Orders processing. Looks like 60 cents, guys. I got a fill. All out of my SoFi puts. Huge, huge. There you go. 10x trade on SoFi, guys. 10x on SoFi. Monster gains, guys. Monster gains on SoFi. Let's go. Beautiful. All right, S&P coming into a long level here, guys. It's really coming in. This market's drilling to the downside, guys. Amazon, big bounce off the open. Tesla still a little weak. Nvidia catching a bid. All right, we got a SPY long coming up here, guys. There's just so much action coming here. Look at them drop this market, guys. Look at this, drop this market. We are hitting our long level. This is aggressive. It's risky. It is risky. Get ready to enter SPY calls. I'm just going to take it more conservatively and do the 624s. 624 0 DTEs. Oh, actually, you know what? We should get a decent bounce here. They're expensive contracts. Let's see what else we can get. 626s. Honestly, don't even like these indices right now. Their contracts are expensive to the upside. Expensive. Alright, guys, I'm just going to take 624s. Be conservative here. We're almost at our long level. Almost. Still seeing weakness in some of these megas. Look at SoFi drilling, guys. SoFi is absolutely flying to the downside. Look, everything's dumping right now. Everything. What is Tesla trading at? I might take Tesla instead, guys. It's actually holding up more relative strength. Tesla 305 calls. Where are they at? $3 right now. If Tesla were to go back to the high, there's 310. Look at the bounce there, guys, off of that long level. It's coming in. Everything is getting decimated here across the board. Bitcoin selling. Gold is the only thing I'm seeing with strength. Look at the S&P trying to bounce. Trying to pounce. Healthcare stocks are still firm on the session. Oh my goodness. Tesla's melting now too. Holy. What an absolute filthy, filthy decline, guys, in the markets today. This is Apple still up 2%. Imagine they keep taking us lower. SPY hit my long level, guys. SPY hit my long level. I'm not in. I am not taking it. The things are looking nasty here. My oh my. Look at the bounce off that long level, guys. Crazy decline in these equity markets. Crazy decline, guys. Alright, I took a high-risk Tesla 310 call, guys. High-risk Tesla 310 call. High risk. $1.11. Please size it for loss. These markets are in free fall. High risk Tesla 310 0 DTE. Again, this could absolutely go against us. It could absolutely go against us, guys. Just understand that. I got filled at a... Whoa, look at the bounce on Tesla, guys. Beautiful. Beautiful bounce on Tesla, guys. Come on, give us more, Testy. Give us more. I got filled at $1.11 on Tesla. 310 0 DTEs on Tesla. Sorry I can't update the positions, guys. There's just too much going on. SPY is at an aggressive long level, but I'm trading an individual name instead of the indice because, like I discussed in the pre-market, things are so skewed right now. Carvana is still acting well. Come on, Tessie. Tessie's trying to push here, guys. Tessie's trying to push. Come on. Market's heavy here, though. Look at that heavy. Again, SPY calls off of this level. It is hitting that long level, but like I said, semiconductors are just skewing this market to the downside right now, which is kind of concerning to me. Very concerning to me. And again, Tesla's aggressive here. It's friggin' risky. We could easily knife lower here. We could easily knife lower. Some stocks that are green. Open is up 10%. Fig up another 12. Crazy. Look at the heaviness in this price action in the markets. Tesla's still going lower. Wow, Meta down 2, Microsoft down 0.5, Apple's getting slightly faded. So Tesla, we're into a bit of this daily chart level on Testy that we discussed. Doing a liquidity sweep. Come on, S&P, bounce a little bit here. Bounce a little bit. Bounce a little bit. Come on. And again, we pulled 10x profit off of SoFi, guys. That absolutely printed. Amazon catching a really big bounce. Carvana still drilling. Wow, there's a lot of weakness. All right, SPY is catching a bit of a bid. Tesla contracts, come on. Fly, fly, fly. Come on. Push up, Tesla, push up. Again, S&P long level was tagged. We've telegraphed that level. You can see the heaviness, though, in the market, guys. It's trying off of that long level. It's really, really trying the S&P. Impulse green candle reversal off of there. Amazon's still trying to firm up at the lows here. Coinbase still down 13%. Let me take a look at Coin here on the other screen. Netflix has gone green. Eli Lilly's green. Is Coinbase hitting a long level? Wow, Coinbase almost kissed my long level, guys. Coinbase almost kissed my long level. Reddit is squeezing here. Coin bouncing. Amazon still seeing a big bounce here. Come on, Tesla. Push up. Take these 310 calls. Push them. Again, I closed my SoFi. I know I haven't updated on the position, but we just have too much volatility here, guys. Too much volatility to really do anything but other than manage trades. I'm not looking to edit the position window just because I'm here to make money. We're managing Tesla. I'm looking at a SPY, but we're still going through this heaviness, man. SPY is just heavy right now. AMD down 3, Nvidia down 2.5. Nvidia is into an interesting long level. Nvidia almost at that long level that I gave in the pre-market. Wow, they're trying to melt Tesla a little bit lower here. Going below my average here on Testy. But we should get a quick there should be a huge explosion at some point. Financials everything's getting smoked except for your healthcare and some handful of individual names. And healthcare stocks, there's some positivity there. Novo Nordisk obviously is green. Bitcoin going lower. Tesla starting to fall even more now. Again, I always size this for loss on Tesla. SPY, new lows on SPY. Can you believe that? Down 1.35%. Qs are down 1.5%. IWM getting absolutely clapped to the downside here. Crazy price action. Crazy. Coinbase is hitting a bit of a scalp long level. S&P piercing that area that we gave. That's how oversold it is. So I'm glad I've stayed away from the S&P at this point. Let's look at this daily chart where we're coming into. I mean, look at that free fall in the S&P 500. Nasty. Good to see Tesla trying to hold the lows there. Maybe they're trying to sweep this liquidity here, this pivot on the S&P. But S&P is now even into a better level on the long side. Wow, getting absolutely smoked on the SPY. Huge. If you're wanting to take SPY calls here, I have no issue. That looks very promising now. SPY calls look interesting here, guys. 624 0 DTEs look much more highly probable. What are they trading at right now? Tesla's still trying to see some selling. Wow. Crazy price action. This is absolutely filthy price action across the board. Stocks are getting annihilated and hit really hard to the downside. Tesla's going lower. Everything pretty much trying to go lower here. AMD, Nvidia is coming into a target zone. So AMD is trying to firm up. I'm down on my Tesla trade right now, but we still haven't had any sort of an equity bounce. And this is the risk of trading sometimes. Options. Things can go a lot farther. Look how oversold SPY is getting. Absolutely printing to the downside. Nvidia is now hitting my long level. Guys, I'm going to add one more time to Tesla here. I just added one more time to the Tesla 310s. SPY is sweeping some lower pivot liquidity. Nvidia is into a bigger support level now. So my average now is 89 cents on Tesla. 89 cents on Tesla. We are still knifing. Wow. Filthy. Come on, Tesla. Give us a bounce. SPY still drilling here, guys. No bounce yet on SPY. People are just exiting stage left here. That is just filthy. Filthy. Amazon's still seeing a pretty big bounce here. We've swept some pretty serious lows here. Tesla's still trying to drill here. Wow. S&P, no bounce yet on the S&P. Just complete sheer selling. RSI is getting pretty depressed on SPY. Tesla's still trying to see more selling here. Tesla's still falling to the downside. AMD's really weak on the session. Carvana getting slapped. Everything is seeing some heavy selling here. IWM down 2.3, Qs are down 1.7. SPY still outperforming. Interestingly, Amazon has had a nice bounce off of the lows, but they are liquidating everything right now. Still no bounce in Tesla. Nice positive, small positive divergence intraday on Tesla. I still think we can get a bounce here. Come on, Testy. Once this market bounces, it's probably going to be a quick bounce to the upside. Things are just, people are so conditioned to buying the open right away that they're absolutely knifing and eating the liquidity right now. Let me look at some volume here. Yeah, heavy volume. Come on, Testy. Take these 310s. Take these 310s, guys. Come on, Testy. Get your big butt up there. Get your big butt up there. AMD is still falling. Things are looking pretty grim, guys. Pretty grim in this market for now. Wow, Tesla's not really catching any sort of bid. RKT up 12. Monster mover on RKT. SPY still no bid in SPY. AMD still dripping. Nvidia still dripping. Crazy, crazy, crazy price action in these equity markets, guys. Really filthy. AMD is drilling down 4.64%. This is what I said about the indices. I'm like, wow, I said these indices are so skewed in favor of semis that that would be the problem for this market is the semiconductors. Tesla finally catching a little bit of a bid here. Come on, Tessie. Get your butt up there. Get your butt up to 310. Come on, Tesla. Tesla's trying to perk up here, guys. Tesla's trying. Still no bounce yet. Still no bounce yet, guys. A little bit of a bounce here in Tesla. Come on. Contracts are trying to firm up. Come on. Keep going, Tesla. Keep going. Still weak. Indices have not even had a bounce yet. Coinbase coming into my long level. That is crazy. Crazy selling across the board. Roblox down 5.44%. ASML, no bid yet in ASML. Come on, Tessie. Keep going. In Tesla we trust, guys. Come on, take us to 310. Take us to 310, even higher. Our contracts are trying to move. SPY's trying to catch a bit of a bottom here. Microsoft's still heavy. Meta's still heavy. AMD's still heavy. Tesla getting right back sold into here. Pretty nuts, man. Pretty nuts. Right back down to the lows on Tesla. Oh my goodness. Looks like another liquidity sweep there of the lows. Things are filthy today. Amazon's still down 6, Nvidia down 3, Tesla down 2, NIO's green. Still think Tesla can have a big move here. Big daily chart level, trying to sweep some liquidity, breaking down. Maybe I'm just biased because I'm long here, but I still like this Tesla level. Still no bounce in SPY, but you can see there's some accumulation occurring in Tesla. Tesla's going to rip here, guys. I feel it. I can feel it. Microsoft still at the lows. Tesla, I would love to see Tesla go green on the tape, but still no bounce in SPY. Oh my goodness. Just some serious weakness right now. Such weakness in this industry. And this is exactly what I said. I'm like, what if I said these conductors are skewing things to the upside so they can absolutely skew things to the downside? And that's what is occurring right now. AMD is just knifing here, guys. AMD is printing to the downside. It is absolutely filthy right now. Look at AMD and NVIDIA. They are just exiting stage left here. I mean, oh my, what is happening with these stocks? Holy moly, AMD is trying to go for a massive potential gap fill here on AMD. Certainly trying. Tesla's trying to stabilize. Still no bounce in SPY yet. Still no bounce in SPY yet. Nasty breakdowns across the board. That is filthy breakdowns across the board. We could see a big bounce here eventually. Eventually. Come on, Tesla. Keep going. Keep going, Tesla. SPY could try to stabilize. I am seeing a little bit of accumulation coming into NVIDIA here. So let's see if they want to bounce SPY. Still no bounce in SPY. No bounce yet in SPY. That opening range is into the deep dark depths below. AMD is trying to stabilize. Tesla's still seeing some weakness. Come on, Tesla. Come on down. Microsoft's still down sharply on the session. Rocket is up 11. Lucid, Big Bear, everything is still seeing sell side pressure. There's some new lows on SPY. Wow. So look at our opening range now on SPY, guys. We do have a pretty bearish opening range formation on SPY. 622.26 is our OR low. Google's still getting slapped. Amazon's bounced. Carvana now down 5%. So we're still pressing that CVNA short, guys. We are still pressing CVNA short. That one is printing. SoFi was our big winner on the session today. Monster gap down for SoFi this morning. Look at that. Oh my goodness, what a beast. What a beast. Alright guys, SPY calls in this vicinity look very interesting. They look very... I'm just going to manage Tesla, but here is a high probable bounce zone. I mean, we've even overshot some of my long levels, and that was my concern regarding the weakness in the semis today. That was my concern. Come on, markets. Where's the buy the dip liquidity now? Where is the buy the dip liquidity now, eh? It's nowhere to be seen. Nowhere to be seen. Things are absolutely... AMD catching a nice bid. Nvidia trying to catch a bid. Tesla right now still outperforming some of your semis. Come on, Tesla. You know you want to bottom here and give us a bounce. S&P still so heavy here, guys. Still so heavy. Meta still dripping a little bit lower. It is a bloodbath on Wall Street today, guys. An absolute decimation. Our SoFi puts went up 10x on the trade. That's our big winner. Roblox still printing. Carvana still printing. Getting an alert on Kava. Look at new lows on the S&P, guys. There's just no BTD program today, at least for the first little bit. I'm even losing on Tesla, but we've had such heavy price action in this equity market. It's pretty crazy. Hood is down 8%, guys. Palantir down 3.9. Roblox down 7.35%. Oh my goodness. Things are absolutely getting creamed here. Creamed. Bitcoin down another 1.38%, guys. Our BTC short is also starting to wake up and print, guys. Bitcoin is testing our TP level 2 for our members, guys. Bitcoin is coming into our target price 2. Let's pull that up here quickly. SPY new lows, guys. SPY is still drilling to the downside here. Tesla drilling to the downside. No bounce yet. Look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin is coming into our TP2 zone, guys. That is a little bit of a profit-taking zone on our BITI trade, guys. So just keep a Bitcoin window open. That will be important. Okay. BITI is exploding higher here, guys, with Bitcoin seeing some severe selling. Okay. Let's flip back to SPY right now. Meta down 2.9. Apple's now gone negative. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Look at that absolute decline on the S&P 500, guys. We haven't had a down move like this in quite a long time. Everything is just exiting stage left, including Tesla. No bid yet in Tesla. Will they ever catch a bid here? I don't even know. But we'll see. Tesla will now have to catch a bid with the market. We'll see if we can get a nice bounce, but it needs the market now. This market is just so heavy that it's not really bouncing yet. Come on. There should be a huge squeeze to the upside as a lot of shorts take profit. But everything is pretty much getting hit here to the downside. Very sharp decline in price. AMD and Nvidia are trying to stabilize a little bit here, guys. Just a touch. Eli Lilly, that's seeing some positive strength today. GEV, nice decline. Citigroup now testing $90. Beautiful move on Citi. Another day where UNH is negative. That's crazy. Crazy. No bounce yet in Tesla. This is mind-blowingly an absolute rip your face off decline. And I hope I've been able to save some S&P traders. I know Tesla's not going according to plan, but we still got time. We still got time. A big bounce should occur at some point. Nvidia is trying to stabilize here, guys. Wow, UNH has now swept those lows, guys. UNH has swept those lows from its earnings decline. How filthy is that? That is an absolute bloodbath in UNH. What an absolute bloodbath in UNH, guys. That thing is filthy. Filthy, filthy, filthy. My oh my. All right, S&P trying to stabilize here. Come on, Tesla. Catch a bit of a bounce. Catch a bit of a bounce. Tesla's no bounce. UNH no bounce yet. This is crazy price action. Crazy. Maybe they want to sweep that low on Tesla. Tesla's still drilling to the downside here, sweeping a high pivot zone on the daily, or at least testing it right now. Guys, UNH 247.50 calls look promising here. UNH 247.50 calls look kind of promising here. Oversold to the extremes, knifing through that earnings gap down. Bit of an arbitrage sweep of a low pivot. But I'm even getting dusted on my Tesla calls. There's been absolutely no bounce in this market on the call side. No bounce yet. Yeah, we've seen how this market can react. But obviously it's been a horrific move to the downside in the near term. It's been absolutely horrific. Apple is down 0.14, trying to firm up off of the lows. Tesla's still knifing to the downside here. UNH is trying to firm up at the lows. Huge liquidity sweep on UNH. Did take some UNH calls as well. 247.50, 0 DTs. And again, size everything for lost, right? We're going through an absolute bloodbath here on Wall Street. Look at the Tesla volume at those lows. That is filthy. Absolutely filthy. All right, guys, I just added one last time to Tesla. One last time at 36 cents. My average is now 71 cents. Again, this is not advisable, it's just what I'm doing. My average now on Tesla 310s is 0.71 cent average. But things are just, look at that, new lows on the S&P 500. Things are filthy, guys. Things are absolutely filthy down here. My, oh my. What a bloodbath. What a bloodbath on Wall Street this morning. There's been absolutely no long bounce in this equity market, which is obviously something that we're not accustomed to. We've seen absolutely massive bounces in this market, and right now we're seeing nothing. PayPal hitting a lot. Look at the S&P just drilling, guys. This is a free fall of epic proportion. I mean, my oh my, I'm getting alerts everywhere. PayPal just hitting a buy level. Oh my goodness. Everything is just getting absolutely creamed to the downside. As investors are seeing that yield curve blow out, they are exiting stage left. 2-year yield now down 6%, guys, on the 2-year yield. Oh my God, the 10-year yield down 3.38. So this is the first time the market is potentially pricing in recessionary signals. We haven't seen a drop in interest rates this big in months, guys, months. This is a massive drop in interest rates. Bitcoin selling, oil selling, everything is just getting sold into here. There's really nothing that people want to hold right now. Oh my goodness. You can see risk is just leaving the market. First recessionary signal hitting the market in a long time, guys. You look at that 2-year yield down 6%. That is, I have to look later once we've settled through this volatility. But that is a monstrous drop in interest rates today. That is the first signal for a recession, guys. This is absolutely, everything is getting liquidated right now. Everything. Every sector, commodities, VIX is flying. SPY right now is getting crushed down 1.94%. Oh my goodness. What a monster move to the downside today. Carvana still getting smoked. Tesla getting smoked. UNH at the lows. Deep dark depths doing a liquidity sweep of its recent little pivot. I mean, my oh my. What an absolute filthy decline in this market today, guys. It is a bloodbath on Wall Street. AMD right back down to the lows. PayPal getting smoked. Financials getting smoked. I'm in the Tesla 310s, but it's a long shot. I mean, this market's just getting bludgeoned. Getting absolutely bludgeoned. What an absolute free fall, guys. We haven't seen a fall like this in a long time. There's been a definite character change in the market today. Doesn't mean we can't get an intraday bounce, but a definite character change in the market today. Will the S&P get a bounce at all? Time will tell. Tesla's trying to firm up at the lows here a little bit. Big bounce on SPY coming in. SPY put. You're looking at a SPY put. Just be careful with that. UNH trying to firm up. Tesla's trying to move a little bit. Big bounce in the S&P trying to come in here. Trying to. So my average on UNH is 67 cents, guys, on the 247.50 calls. 67 cents down on that trade right now. Tesla obviously trying to find a bit of a local bottom here. My average on Tesla is at 71 cents. 71 cents, guys. Let's see if we can eventually make some money here. Contracts are trying to print 40 cents right now. Come on, Tessie. SPY's still struggling here. Let's go to that 15-minute chart of SPY just to show you how nasty oversold we are on the downside. You know, very oversold intraday market. If we look at just a simple retrace of the gap down move on SPY, we're looking at a potential minimum retrace at 622.50, but I think we're going to probably retest 624, guys, on SPY, 624. MP new price target is, yeah. Sorry, guys, I haven't been active in the questions here because there's been a lot going on. I'm trying to find trade setups, obviously. But things should start to settle down here. Big decline in the markets. Netflix is still positive, which is showing some strength in the market. Come on, Tessie. Keep pushing. Keep pushing, Tessie. Imagine we get these 310s in the money, guys. SPY's trying to catch a little bit of liquidity. Nvidia catching a move. Big liquidity sweep of the lows for Tesla. Look at the bounce in Tesla, guys. Come on, get these contracts back. Get these contracts back. Come on, Tesla. Come on. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. You got more in you. You definitely have more in you. 15-minute chart of Tesla. Prior day low sitting at 306.10 on Tesla. On a relative basis, Tesla, although it's underperforming the SPY, it's still actually holding up better than some of your other mag names. Coinbase is down 15%. What a decline in these equities, guys. We are starting to see things trying to firm up a little bit. Microsoft's still weak on the session. Let's look at Apple here. Come on, SPY. Keep bouncing. Apple's trying to bounce off of the lows. That's a positive sign. Let's look at Amazon real quick. This is a 0 DTE. This is a 0 DTE. Pretty much anything I call out here is a 0 DTE. We're going for high risk, high reward trading, guys. High risk, high reward. That's why you got to size appropriately. You don't want to blow your portfolio out. Interest rates are catching a little bit of a bid here, which is telling us that bonds have finally found a bit of a bottom here. QQQ down 2, SPY down 1.8, IWM down 3.1, guys. All right, markets are getting sold into yet again. We are still seeing more sell side pressure hitting this tape. Come on, Tesla, give us a hold this area, Tessie. Hold the line, hold the line. Carvana still down 5.52, AMD down 4.7, SoFi down 7.9, Palantir down 3.2, Hood down 8.3. Roblox has pretty much given back everything on Roblox. What a monster move to the downside on RBLX. That thing is a beast to the downside right now. Absolute beast. Come on, Tessie. Push, 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 Tesla. So you've had a lot of mixed data, employment data showing weakness for the first time in a long time. Inflationary data coming out. Yeah, you're welcome. Again, I'm down right now on Tesla about 30 cents on these cons. But they can explode. Even if we get back into the 306 area, 306.10, that's your prior day low on Tesla. We could see these contracts move up quite nicely. Come on, Tessie. UNH still struggling, looking for UNH to find a bit of a reversal candle itself. Huge volume down here on UNH. Sweeping that earnings low on UNH. What a monster. Come on, Tesla. Print these profits. SPY, a nice little 15-minute bottoming tail forming. AMD catching a bid. Come on, Tessie. Tesla's starting to move, guys. Tesla's starting to move. Come on, Tesla. Get above. Get back inside the 304 zone, and these contracts should explode if we clear this little previous breakdown range. You can see we're testing that opening range low on Tesla. Come on. Again, typically Tesla does benefit from the falling rates. Maybe we're going to see a regime change where the liquidity flowing out of semi-stay finds a place in Tesla. Tesla, come on, Tesla, push, 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 push. Push, 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 push. UNH trying to find a bit of a bottom as well, guys. Huge extension move to the downside. UNH is trying to firm up now as well. Bloodbath on Wall Street still. Amazon down 6, Google down 1.3, Apple slightly negative, Microsoft down 0.94, Nvidia down 2.51, IWM down 2.63, QQQ down 1.86% after seeing a heavy sell-off yesterday. SPY right now struggling at the lows, but trying to firm up as well. Tesla could try to put in an hourly chart reversal. That would be epic. Come on, Tessie. Come on, keep pushing, Tesla. Keep pushing. UNH trying here. Let's see if we can get 247.50s in the money on UNH. That's trying. Come on, Tesla. You got more. You got more in you. You're still so oversold here. Keep pushing. A little bit of sell side pressure. You're back inside that opening range. Come on, Tesla. Hold this range. SPY still trying to hold this area. I'm seeing Amazon trying to firm up. That's helpful for the XLY basket. We've been seeing some bludgeon price action. Come on down. UNH is starting to shake and move, guys. UNH is starting to shake and move as well. We are pushing higher here on UNH. Let's throw UNH on the side chart here so we can see things clearly. But UNH, come on, trying to sweep those earnings lows on UNH. Let's see if we can get these 247.50s green. Tesla's still trying to move higher here. Come on, Tessie. SPY still trying to creep higher, testing 622.33. UNH still struggling a little bit. Amazon trying to push. AMD trying to push. Nvidia trying to push, guys. SPY's testing that opening range low. There could be a little bit of selling here, but let's see if we can recapture that opening range and push back to the high, that opening range high. That would be a big test for the markets. You've done a massive liquidity sweep of the lows. Microsoft still printing to the downside though. That's troublesome. So Microsoft falling is very, very troublesome. Nvidia though looking a little bit more constructive. Microsoft down 1% and dripping. WTI crude has fallen off of a cliff. Down 1.17. Gold is still flying. Nat gas has gone negative. Don't go back down to these lows, Tessie. Hold steady here. Come on, hold steady. You still got a bit of momentum under you. Tesla's still trying to put in a 15-minute bottoming candle. It did put in a 10-minute reversal candle off of the lows. UNH is trying to firm up some more, guys. Come on, Tesla. SPY's stabilizing a little bit. Let's give the sellers some reprieve. Remember, if they want to take this lower, they need more liquidity to sell into. Come on, Tesla. Keep pushing. Keep pushing, Tesla. Nvidia is grinding higher here, guys. Again, I'm still down on my Tesla trade, but optimistic that we can still print some money. We can firm up here and break out of this range. Contracts should try to explode a little bit higher here. SPY seeing a little bit more selling off of this OR. A little bit of selling. Come on, Tessie. Amazon's still down 6.15%, guys. Amazon's still struggling. I'm still holding my Tesla calls. SPY's trying to make a move higher here. Let's give us some positive momentum. Break out of this consolidation range. And these SPY calls should, or sorry, these Tesla calls should start to wake up. They should start to wake up here. Come on. Recapture 305. And they'll explode higher. They will explode higher. A lot of fear off of the morning. So what I observed this morning, guys, basically the first 15 minutes and really your first 30 minutes, guys, spooked investors out of this market this morning. The first 30 minutes, there was absolutely no bounce. We haven't seen that in a long time. In a really long time. Usually the first 5-10 minutes you get a huge bounce off of this big of a gap down. But we saw no bounce for the first 30 minutes. That absolutely liquidated investors, spooked them out of the market. Yeah, it was downright crazy. But that caused a lot of people to just friggin' walk away, and a lot of people lost a lot of money here buying this gap down. Even I was concerned about this technical long level that I calculated. Look how overshot with this. Well, this is why I didn't trade the S&P. We overshot that to a large margin. Even Tesla overshot some of my levels just based off of pure market weakness. All right, Tesla's trying to break out here, guys. This is what patience is, position management, not overloading in 0 DTEs. Come on, we should make a profit here on Tesla. Still looking at UNH to bounce. SPY's recapturing that opening range. Tesla's trying to trigger a little bit of a mini inverse head and shoulders, one could argue, on the 1-minute chart here. As long as we hold above these key areas, Tesla's triggering this micro intraday 1-minute inverse head and shoulders pattern, which could take it back to that opening range high, guys. Come on, Tesla. Hold, hold, hold. Breakout. Grab that lower interest rate liquidity. Keep pushing. Amazon's making a nice push. Nvidia's still grinding. Microsoft's selling off. Apple's still negative on the session. Tesla right now down 1.63%. Tesla's outperforming Meta. It's outperforming Amazon. It's outperforming Nvidia, and it's outperforming AMD and most of your semis. Come on, Tesla. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going, Tesla. Silver Juniors are doing well today. China stocks under pressure. Novo Nordisk still positive. Lennar up 3%. Netflix doing quite well today. Netflix is also a market leader. Typically when Netflix does well, does mean that there could be more of a bounce here. UNH still struggling at these lows down here. Going through a huge distribution zone. Swept that. I can't believe UNH swept that earnings gap down low, guys. This market is filthy, filthy, filthy. Wow, I forgot about my tea here. It's ice cold now. All right, next level for Tesla. Come on. Recapturing prior day low. We've been trading in that opening range now. We're holding OR low for the time being, but you are seeing some selling. We'll see if they want to try to do a fake liquidity grab here. Come on, Tesla. Hold steady for us. Hold steady. Hold steady, Tessie. Hold steady. SPY getting some top wicks off of that range, that OR low. We still can push higher here. We still could push. Gold is still ripping to the upside here. Come on, explode higher, Tesla. Break out of this basing formation. SPY's catching a nice bid here, guys. S&P is catching a beautiful bid. Let's drop it down to now. This 5-minute chart on SPY. You can see SPY's trying to grind here. Tesla's still getting sold into. SPY is still trying to move. Still seeing some crazy price action here in this equity market, guys. And I'm down right now on both my trades, so at least we took some profits off of the open on the massive SoFi dump. Still riding some Carvana shorts, but this market just absolutely went through a huge free fall. And we'll see what investors are made out of. Is there a buy the dip regime still alive? A little bit of a buy the dip coming into SPY. I mean, you're getting a nice $3 bounce here. Tesla, oh, Tesla's struggling here. Come on, Tesla. What are you doing? What are you doing, Testy? UNH just made new lows, down 2.93% on UNH. That's crazy, 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 crazy. SPY seeing some top wick selling here. UNH is just they're taking UNH downtown right now. I still think UNH can try to firm up and make a nice reversal today. Still a lot of time in this trading session, guys. But UNH has swept that earnings low. That's insane. Filthy reversal down. They are just beating UNH with a sledgehammer right now. Absolute sledgehammer. No big investors bank holiday in Switzerland. Banks are closed. Well, there's still a lot of, thanks for that observation, Bart. There's still a lot of investors. There's still big ones. Not everything is out of Switzerland. Switzerland's big, but there's still big investors. Wall Street's certainly trading. It's the beginning of a new month, so there's definitely big traders. But you can also see the portfolio regime change, right? Beginning of a new month is just creating a lot of distribution, and we'll see if this capital wants to flow into any sort of names. Right now you're not really seeing much capital rotation trends other than into volatility and gold. Alright, Tesla's trying still. Come on, Testy. Push, push, push. SPY still trying to hold steady here. Still seeing material weakness, but Nvidia's grinding higher and higher here. Nvidia's had a nice, almost a $5 bounce on Nvidia. That's positive. You still have the IWM down 2.2. Qs are still down 1.73. SPY still struggling here. Down sharply on the session, 1.45%. And remember, even with the sell-off, this is a big sell-off. It's hard buying into fear, right? It's really, really hard buying into fear, especially with what interest rates are doing today. But the market has still been in a higher high uptrend, which is kind of the interesting phenomenon that I'm observing. Still been in a strong uptrend. Come on, Tesla, break through this frickin' zone. Seeing some accumulation, but they just don't want to give it yet. They're struggling here. That is a liquidity sweep of those lows there on Tesla. Come on, take Tesla back to the green side. $4.92 move. So $5 rally would take us back to 308 if Tesla went flat on the session. That would be epic. That would be epic if Tesla went flat on the session, guys. It's a long shot, but that's what we're in for, these 0 DTEs. We're trying to take our opportunities. Yeah, Joby's positive. Joby's positive. Yeah, it's absolutely insane, this price action. Come on, Testy. Break through this area. Tesla's trying. I'm telling you, there's a bit of relative strength. There's a reason why I'm trading Tesla. I don't trade it often, but I mean, we trade it more on the swing trading side. But I think Tesla can try to go positive today, guys. It's a long shot, but I think it might try to diverge from the market. It's into much, much bigger daily chart support levels than some of your other individual names. Obviously, it's been a stock that's underperformed, but will we see this name start to catch some liquidity and some forward-looking expectations. We'll see. Obviously, the fundamentals have changed drastically with the burning of cash. But we all know Elon can come up with these crazy, crazy surprises. Can you believe Apple, after a blockbuster report, down 1.32% on the session? And this is another thing I said in the pre-market. I said, imagine Apple goes negative, how deep we go. And that's what caused the sell-off, is Apple declining so precipitously. All right, we're down 20 cents on these contracts, guys. We're starting to get Tesla to wake up here. Come on, push it, push it, push it. Come on, keep going, Tesla. Tesla's trying to trigger this inverse head and shoulders. We are starting to see it squeeze a little bit here. This is where contracts will start to explode. If we capture that 305 level, contracts will start to explode higher here. Come on. UNH catching a 10-minute bottoming tail. AMD firming. NVIDIA trying to grind. S&P going through a huge buy program right now. They're waving the magic wand. Buy the dippers are coming out in full force. Come on, give us more, Tesla. Very big extension move to the downside. UNH making a nice reversal back higher. Tesla's trying to firm up. Come on, Tesla. We're still holding. It's pushing. It's trying. You're now into a little bit of resistance here. A little bit of resistance here on Tesla. But we have triggered that bullish pattern, so we'll see if it can push. But looking at that 10-minute chart, you're back testing a little bit of a falling trend line zone here. But I still think we can get through this zone. I do think we can. Prior day low is sitting at 306.10, guys, on Tesla. 306.10 is your prior day low on Tesla. SPY is still pushing here. SPY looks like its next resistance is going to be this fib level. Let me flip back to that 15-minute chart on SPY so you can see the opening range clearly. But you can see that opening range high is sitting all the way at 626. Next Fibonacci level is around that 624.30 zone. Come on. So a nice buy program hitting the tape here. Tesla's triggered a bit of a bullish breakout here. Inverse head and shoulders has triggered on Tessie. Can these 310 calls get in the money? If these 310 calls get in the money, guys, we are going to be laughing. I'm telling you. I know people got to sit through some pain, and that's where position management really defines the good traders, the bad traders, and the best traders. Because if you can sit through volatility because you have the right position size, pain builds patience. Couldn't have said it better there. Nice quote there, Genesis. Pain does build that. Pain, absolutely. Look at Tesla. Come on. 305, guys. These contracts will start to explode. Come on. Come on, Tesla. Push, push, push. You know you want to. Tesla volume coming in, guys. Can they take Tesla green on the session? We're still down 1.1% on Tesla, but we are seeing it trying to firm. You got some minor resistance at your EMA 113. This is where you had your breakdown zone. So there could be some minor selling there. Come on. 10-minute chart still looking pretty decent here on Tesla. Hourly chart forming a potential hourly bottoming tail on Tesla. That is crazy. Come on, keep pushing, Tesla. Keep pushing. Microsoft trying to firm up. NVIDIA still trying to grind higher. No bounce yet on UNH. UNH is still weaker than a dog, but that should come up. Wow, I can't believe we've only been open for an hour here, guys. From 50% on minus 50 to plus 40%, that's insane. Yeah, it is insane, right? Nice job there, Mohammed. Nice job. It's absolutely insane price action, and we still have potentially a pretty big bounce that could occur, but obviously the market happens in stages. There's going to be some profit taking, but Tesla trying to hold steady here. Give us a punch through, Tesla. Give us a punch through. And this is the crazy thing, is now you're going to have some investors who are going to be positioning themselves on the swing trading side, buying farther out of the dated calls. With this decline, you've had a nice drop in the markets. You've had a really nice drop in the markets. If we look at the daily chart of the SPX, I'm going to pull that up on my other screen. The daily chart of the XPX tapped 60, almost 6,200 today, guys. Piercing below the 20-day moving average, but the S&P 500 could try to retest the 20-day moving average. And then that's going to be a big test for the bulls. Is a tap of the SPX 20-day moving average puts it back at 6,300. For SPY, a tap of that 20-day moving average retest, which is a big bullish level to recapture, is 628.48. So we've absolutely knifed through that 20-day moving average. Now that's going to be an area where I think they could bounce the market back to is your 20-day moving average. Sounds like a long shot, but it could occur. It could occur. Imagine we bounce right back to that 20-day. That will be the big bullish retest of the bulls to dictate whether or not this is going to be a failed breakdown or a true breakdown. So keep that 20-day moving average on SPY and SPX. I've warned you. That's where I think we could actually bounce to today. Is 628.33 on SPY. 628.33 on SPY is where we could bounce to, guys. That would be your retest. Huge bullish retest. Come on, Tesla's trying to break through this area. It's got to. It's going to do it. Come on, Tessie. Do it, do it, do it. Do it, do it, do it. That's my target. Great analysis. Thank you, Genesis. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. It's a big bullish level, right? You would have to anticipate a retest there. Come on, UNH. Start firming up. I think UNH could also make a potential red to green reversal today. It's down 2.89% on the session. The stock is just a filthy, filthy decline. Exhaustion gap down move, it looks like. Beautiful. Come on, Tessie. Tesla's trying to firm up now, guys. If we break through this level, it's going to be an explosive move right through prior day. Come on. Get us through that prior day low. Contracts are trying here. They are trying. S&P is still trying to move. AMD, nice move up there. Tesla's still grinding. A little bit of rejection there. Amazon's still weak. Big bounce continuing on SPY, guys. Really big liquidity sweep appears to be happening in this market. It's almost even spooked me out. We'll see. We're not out of the woodwork yet, but things are starting to look a little bit better. A little bit better. A touch better. SPY catching a nice bid. And you can see this is your 20-day moving average retest. I'm going to put it in here. Again, just understand this market, before this recent decline, was still in a raging bull market. Raging. Everything's catching a bid here. Come on. Keep going. Keep pushing it. Carvana only down 3%. Big bid on Carvana there. Nvidia is still grinding here, guys. Nvidia wants that green. Yeah, we needed this correction. We absolutely needed this correction to reset a lot of indicators. That's 100% true. Bitcoin's back to the positive side, guys. BTC is back to the positive side. I'm even considering Amazon swing trade calls. I'm considering it. Come on, Testy. Keep pushing. AMD, what a monster push on AMD. That is a filthy, filthy, filthy move. Come on. Can we make profit on these Tesla calls after being drastically down? Buying the dip. Come on, get that 306 level, recapture it, and we'll be closer to 310 than we are. Come on. Consolidating right on that EMA 1 minute. Nvidia coming to prior day low, AMD coming to prior day low, so there's a bit of resistance here on SPY. I won't deny that there is some resistance. Tesla's still looking for its prior day low retest, so it still has potentially a little bit more room to run. We're seeing a little bit of profit taking on the S&P 500 here. Tesla obviously seeing some selling off of that zone. AMD and NVIDIA, they're hitting some massive prior day low resistance. We'll see if this market can hold. Still no real bid in UNH. That's still grinding lower and lower. $10.36. Markets have been open for just over an hour. They have bounced off of the lows quite nicely. Nice job on your snow short there, Bart. All right, Tesla firming back to the high side here. Come on. Looking like we got some momentum. UNH is trying to curl up as well. Could be setting up for the next little push in the S&P. Again, 628 upside target on SPY. 628.46 is a retest of your 20-day moving average. It would be an absolute monstrous daily chart liquidity sweep of huge levels, but that is your bullish moving average back test. So you can see there's still quite a bit of upside left in this tank of this market. Quite a bit of upside potential in this market. Tesla trying to push higher here. Only down 0.9%, guys. So Tesla's looking like it wants to go green, guys. Tesla looking like it wants to potentially go green. It's outperforming the S&P 500 right now, Tesla, and it's outperforming the NASDAQ. So there's relative strength, which is what I was observing in the morning, which is why we picked to go long Tesla. We saw the whole market weak, so we went with one of the mag names that were showing the most relative strength. And as of now, Tesla's outperforming Meta, outperforming Amazon, outperforming Google, outperforming Apple, outperforming Microsoft, outperforming NVIDIA. So it is your best mag name on the session, guys, and we are seeing it starting to perk up. Like I said, don't be surprised if this name tries to go positive. It looked pretty grim when we were trading at the lows here, but it is trying to hold positive relative strength compared to its peers. Obviously, there's still a huge amount of weakness in your XLY basket, so that is something that always has to be observed and noted. S&P, everything is seeing a little bit of selling here. NVIDIA did tap its prior day low. Tesla almost tapped its prior day low. You can see 306.10 there, just missed it by a few pennies on the session. Wow, UNH continuing to go lower here. Just a filthy decline on UNH. That is nasty. Exiting stage left in healthcare stocks. Can't believe UNH is so bad in these deep dark depths below. Another low on UNH. We do have a little bit of Fed speak right now. A little bit of Fed speak hitting the tape. Apple going towards 200. Yeah, Apple's continuing to seeing some declines here in price. Not a positive sign for Apple. S&P seeing a little bit of selling here. AMD, NVIDIA going through some backing and filling. Come on, Tesla. Hold this zone. S&P seeing more selling, guys. UNH is trying to hold 242. Trying, but still weaker than ever. SoFi still down 5%. Meta down 2%. Carvana still down 4.14%. Things are settling down here, guys. Microsoft still down 1%. Nvidia still down 1.32%. Qs are still lagging SPY. IWM's lagging both. So SPY is still your relative strength-based indice. Let's see if we want to push back to 628. Who's up for a 628 0DT call? 628 0DT call? That would be insane. Right now they're still pretty expensive, which is telling me that we could actually head there. 628, priced at 29 cents right now. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Tesla trying to make a move. Come on, Tessie. Come on, Tesla. Let's go, let's go, let's go. You welcome that energy today? Alright, guys, I'll take one at a retest of this opening range low. So I'll look for a 628 call on SPY. A little bit lower here. 0DT. Nothing real size. UNH new lows. Wow, UNH is just getting bludgeoned continuously. Come on, Tessie. Tessie's trying, guys. Tesla's trying to hold here. $628 0DT SPY call. I just took one contract just to say that we're in it. It's really, I got filled at 23 cents. One SPY contract. One SPY call. Again, do I care if I lose $23 on the trade? Not really. Is it something fun that we can watch? If it happens. Tesla's still firming up here, guys. Beautiful push on Tessie, guys. Beautiful push on Tesla. That's what we like to see. I love that on Tesla, guys. Reattacking that prior day high. Just like that. We're seeing some profits creeping back into this market. We just need UNH to firm up. 18%. I know, the contracts change so quickly, eh? Let's go. We're in profit now on Tesla, and we're squeezing, guys. We are squeezing back to the highs. Let's go. Beautiful. Come on, Tesla cons are starting to print, guys. Let's get 310s in the money. Don't say we didn't warn you. Don't say we did not warn you. Keep going. We got more. Look how oversold this market is. Tesla wants green price, guys. Tesla wants green price action. Amazon's curling down, though. That's a bit troublesome. But a huge blast off through prior day low on Tesla, guys. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Let's put that in a position here. Excellent. Go, Tesla, go. Let's go, Tesla. Keep squeezing. Tesla only down 0.43%, guys. Huge relative strength in Tesla today. Look at these contracts. They are starting to print, guys. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Look at this. We go from losing to banking. Let's go. Squeeze it, squeeze it, squeeze it. Oh my goodness. Tessie is a beast right now. Let's get these 310s in the money. Go green, Tesla. Be the first mag name to go green. It was looking pretty grim, guys. Now we're not out of the woodworks. Amazon's falling. SPY's still seeing some selling. But Tesla's leading this liquidity charge. Come on. Come on, SPY. You got more. Retest 628. Come on, Tesla's still powerful. Holding steady, guys. Holding steady there. Come on, Tesla. Squeeze. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Keep going. Could retest prior day low. SPY seeing a little bit of backing and filling now. Big decline there in the S&P and SPY. Really big decline. Hold this prior day, Tesla. Hold it. Gotta go through big swings. Up and down. UNH still dripping lower. Come on, S&P. What are you doing here? Harsh decline on this S&P 500 there. Really harsh decline. Wow, heavy, heavy tape. Microsoft seeing some more distribution. SPY's trying to break down a little bit. Tesla back under prior day low. Come on, Tessie. What are you doing? It's really your main indices that are still seeing that sell side pressure. Come on, Tesla. Tesla's only down 0.73, but it almost went green with that pump there, guys. Tesla almost went green with that pump. Punch it back to the high side. Give us a new high of day. Give us a new high of day, Tesla. It's struggling here. Amazon is a culprit. Saw a nasty decline there on Amazon. Microsoft still looking heavy. Tesla coming in. Come on, SPY. Firm back up. S&P really, really struggling here. Trying to hold that opening range. Tesla's starting to come back lower now. Yikes, what volatility. But this is what happens. I need to take a seat here. Oh. All right. Friggin' S&P is still heavy here. Heavy, heavy, heavy. So that's why we're seeing more selling. Just like that, contracts back down. The swings in this market was crazy, or is crazy, I should say. Nvidia, AMD curling back lower. Amazon really seeing some selling. Microsoft seeing some selling. Tesla back testing a 15-minute chart support zone here. Need a hold here on Tesla. We need to hold there on Tesla. Come on, Tesla, bounce here. Huge 15-minute reversal on Tesla, but that's market weakness for you guys. That is absolute market weakness. 4 minutes of selling can swing you like crazy, eh? That's all that was. Contracts go up, 40-50% to down another 40%, 50%. The swings on zeros are crazy, right? Nvidia curling back down. Still seeing heavy price action in the S&P. The S&P can firm up. Tesla should make another trip back to the high side. Still seeing relative strength in Tesla. Back down 1% on the session, but still outperforming the rest of your megas, guys. Amazon seeing more selling. UNH. Microsoft still heavy. Microsoft still coming in. Microsoft looks to be trying to target that major gap. I mean, you are coming up into some 10-minute chart support here on Microsoft around 524.42. Nvidia is still seeing sell side pressure. AMD as well. UNH still grinding even lower right now. SPY's pretty much had 2 consecutive hours of selling here. Larger time frames have just been selling off. Microsoft still dripping. Tesla trying to go even lower now. SPY trying to hold that opening range. Come on, this could be the next leg. Give us the next leg in this market. Give us the next leg. UNH, new low there. Approaching 11 o'clock. So now the volume trends should lighten up, which does favor a bit of upside. Volume trends lightening should favor a bit of upside. Let's see if that 11 o'clock time frame hits. Most big traders should be finished selling, and we should favor upside here. Come on, S&P. Get your big butt up there. Amazon's still struggling here. Coinbase still down 14.7% on coin. Wow. Crazy. SPY still outperforming the Qs, but down 1.54% on the session. 2 yield still down 5. UNH has now had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 consecutive red candles down on UNH. That is a monster move to the downside. Come on, Tesla, give us a new high. Give us a new high of day. Give us a new high. Get these 310s in the money. Here comes SPY. Nvidia trying to firm up. Microsoft still looking a little bit heavier. Amazon trying to catch a minor 10-minute bounce here. Apple still down 1.59% on the session. Interesting. Can Apple firm up? Apple's at 204 right now. Wow. Poor Apple just can't catch any sort of a bid. Apple's knifing through the 50-day moving average. I expect Apple to try to recapture that 50-day moving average. That's sitting at 205.31 on Apple. 205.31, I think Apple retests its 50-day. So that should breathe a little bit of help into this market, especially your Dow and your S&P components. Microsoft's still looking fairly heavy here. S&P still seeing heavy selling. All right, maybe the selling only wants to abate in 2 minutes when we get that 11 o'clock close. Come on, Tesla, get back above your prior day. Tesla's trying here. Tesla is still trying, guys. Come on. Amazon's melting, though. So Amazon's looking heavy here. Microsoft's still heavy. Apple trying to firm up here. Nvidia back down. S&P still heavy to the downside. Tesla trying to push a little bit. Come on, Tessie. Keep going. Keep going. Again, we get this next bounce in the S&P 500 and Tesla is going to fly, guys. Tesla's going to fly. If we get the next bounce, that 306.10 level, Tesla. Prior day low. Apple's still seeing some selling. Amazon's still selling. Microsoft's still seeing some selling. S&P still floundering sideways here, right at that opening range low. Is it going to try to make a move shortly here? Here comes Tesla. Volume is trying. Come on. Amazon still knifing. Apple trying to firm up. Can Tesla end the day with a daily bottoming tail? That would be epic. SPY's still heavy here, guys. Wow, they're still selling here. 1 minute left till 11 o'clock here, guys. Wow, SPY's still so heavy here. Still getting rejected off of PDL. Nvidia is still curling down. Amazon's still knifing here. Amazon's selling hard. Nvidia's sort of trying to hold 174.80. Amazon needs to slow it down. It's selling here. My oh my. Alright, Microsoft still trying to hold 525. Come on, Tesla, get back up there. No bounce yet in SPY. Clock just hit, guys. 11 o'clock just hit, so volume trends should lighten up here. Still seeing a little bit of late minute selling here on Tesla, S&P, Microsoft, UNH trying to firm. Sharp decline there on Tesla again. S&P catching a bit of a bid off the lows, Tesla falling. UNH is trying to firm up at the lows here. Ah, Tesla, what are you doing? Apple, same thing with Amazon. Perhaps Tesla's building a larger inverse head and shoulders, guys. Perhaps it's trying. Let's flip to this 5-minute chart on Tesla. If this turns into a inverse head and shoulders on Tesla's 5-minute chart, it could be a pretty epic pattern. Obviously, it hasn't triggered. But if this starts to break, yeah, you could have a pretty strong end of day rally on Tessie. I mean, imagine that happened. Tesla at 317. So maybe that's what Tesla's shaping up for here, going through quite a bit of backing and filling. The 1-minute chart on Tesla is kind of hard to watch. It's too volatile. But look at this. If we trigger this inverse head and shoulders in Tesla, guys, we could have an epic squeeze today. I mean, I'm talking about a massive red to green reversal, another 3.4% point move to the upside. That would be huge. Imagine how much our contracts would be worth if that occurred. Now, it's a long shot. I'm talking a huge long shot. But if the S&P were to retest this 20-day, Tesla could certainly do something of that nature. That would be crazy, crazy filthy. I wouldn't say buy upside calls there, but my oh my. If that happens, guys, if that happens, that would be epic. We have time. There's still time in the day. Don't say we didn't warn you. I mean, we got some price targets up ahead. TP1, TP2. SPY's trying to catch a little bit of liquidity here. A little bit. UNH firming up off of the lows. Sitting through some pain, hoping for a big time gain. Microsoft is coming into some near-term support. So we should see MSFT try to firm up here. Come on, Tesla. Give us this breakout of this inverse head and shoulders, guys. This could be epic. This could be a monster trade. I mean, a monster grand slam. Can we have multiple grand slams back to back to back to back, from huge puts yesterday to SoFi puts today, 10xing to Tesla? Come on. Imagine what these 310s would be worth if they go in the money, guys. They would be huge. Huge. Let's see if I can do a quick calculation. Again, it's a long shot, but we're all about long shots here. Considering that we're still in a strong uptrend, this market could. Yeah, just a little shake up for the scareties. Exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Could be wrong, but fortune favors the brave, guys. Fortune favors the brave. Will we be fortunate, or will they absolutely kill us today? Time will tell. Markets have barely had a bounce here, though. We're still extremely oversold on the session. So 317. Let's just see what we would roughly hit. If we hit this 317 target, oh my god. If we hit 317, the contracts would be somewhere worth, I think, around 800 to 900%. I'm not saying I'm going to hold through that, but that's the what ifs, right? The what ifs are kind of cool. UNH is trying to firm up, so this is another big heavyweight in the XLF. UNH is trying to firm up the low, so this should help the S&P 500 if healthcare stocks catch a bid as well. Ram saying, fortune favors the brave, but sometimes days like this put braves in the graves. You know what? They do, but only if you're not positioned accordingly. And we caught monster profits in the morning. I mean, can you ask for a 10x on SoFi? Come on. Carvana, we're still printing on that. Huge gains yesterday. So This is what I was saying earlier, is it's all about position management. You got to take your shots at technical levels, and the market's still in a very strong uptrend. So we got to obviously position ourselves to take shots at this market. This is a very good technical oversold market still. This is your first major pullback, guys, in a bull market. Just think about that. Your first major pullback. So if you're not buying the first pullback in a market, a bull market, I mean, obviously we can go lower, but we'll see. Statistically, you get bounces off of bull market rallies. Maybe the trend is changing, structure's changing, we could be wrong, but that's where you don't blow out your portfolio. I could lose on UNH and Tesla today, and I'd still have profits from SoFi. So that's the nice thing, right? We're rolling profits into potentially more profitable trades. So, am I full porting in Tesla 310 calls? No way. SPY calls? No ways. UNH calls? No. So that's what I stress. It's all about portfolio. Yeah, I know. It's good to have a contradictory voice in the chat there. It's always good. UNH catching a nice bid. Come on, Tesla, break out. SPY trying to firm up. Microsoft hitting 10-minute chart support. Tesla still holding much, much better than all the other mega caps. Come on, Tesla, get back above that PDL. Should wake up here. Tesla can squeeze here. Market's still seeing sell side pressure, which is why there's been a little bit of a lid, but if SPY can break out, push up here, guys, we should see a pretty big move on Tesla. Again, contracts did go briefly profitable there. I didn't even take a trim. I'm looking for a big move. UNH catching a nice move to the upside. But a lot of stocks did hit some nice swing trading levels. UNH is pushing, guys. UNH is pushing. That should help. XLV is a big weighting in the S&P, guys. Come on, UNH. Keep going. Can UNH make a red to green reversal? That would be epic as well. SPY is trying to firm up, catch a little bit of minor liquidity here. Minor 20-minute reversal candle on UNH. Haven't done my eye workout yet. Looked away. I've been staring at these screens like crazy. SPY still weak. Nvidia trying to hold steady. Apple trying to firm up. Amazon trying to hold steady. Microsoft still looking pretty heavy here. Amazon still down 7.6%. Can they bounce Amazon a little bit? Or are they going to take us lower here? More selling hitting the S&P 500 market here. We are still seeing heaviness in this market. Apple trying to hold that 204.44. Amazon still a culprit for downside. Chipotle Mexican Grill turns green, guys. CMG turning green. Kava today hit a level that I got an alert on as well. Let me take a peek on the other screen here. The PayPal, I got an alert on PayPal today. That hit a downside swing trade target. So PayPal's into its swing long level, guys. So wanting to take a stab at that. It could go still to 65.70, but this is your first area to accumulate long on PYPL. I'll pull that up here for you guys. Take a quick peek at that. So I have two levels on PayPal. But PayPal sweeping this low pivot liquidity, decent earnings report, and still getting slaughtered, right? So this is your first area to test long. Second area is around 65. So PayPal hitting a nice area. Let's look at CMG here. Come on, Tessie, break out of this range. Break out of this range. Look at Chipotle Mexican Grill. Bouncing nicely, making a red to green reversal. But this UNH chart is something to behold. I mean, it's one of the most crazy sell-offs in such a big S&P 500 stock. This company's still generating hordes of cash. Very crazy, very crazy. Let's flip back to the S&P 500 there. See Tesla trying to perk up a little bit, putting in a nice consolidation pattern on the 5-minute chart. Yeah, S&P trying to perk up. That's minor. I mean, for the sell-off we've had, a big move on S&P would be to retest that opening range high. So notice how we are now consolidating right on this first Fibonacci retracement level, broke above it, almost tapped at 382, got rejected, trying to hold this area. Next resistance is breaking through the 624.60 zone. But we need to see Amazon firm up. Amazon is still going through some selling. Microsoft's trying to bounce. Tesla's obviously trying to bounce. Nvidia still seeing a little bit more selling, trying to hold steady here. Down 1.75% on NVDA. Still have a lot of sectors that are red on the session. A lot of sectors. Pretty much everything. Apple's still getting hit pretty hard here, down 1.8%. Netflix is still holding steady. Bitcoin back down 0.5% on the session. What else we got? Tesla's down 1% right now. Lennar is still pushing up 3.7. So they're pinning Tesla in a tight range here along with SPY. Apple's trying to break lower. Amazon's trying to catch a minor bid. Nvidia's still curling down. Still a healthy chart pattern on Tesla, building some consolidation momentum, letting this digest this bounce. We just need that S&P to firm up. You can see Tesla's trying to hold this wedge pattern on the daily chart. Wedge pattern sweep on the daily chart, trying to hold. Can they pump it back higher here? Nvidia, Apple curling back down. So we're still seeing some material weakness. IWM still down 2.35. Qs are still down 1.79. A little bit of volume coming back into the equity markets here. Tesla seeing a peekaboo breakout volume. Come on. Push higher here, Tesla. Tesla's just consolidating right underneath that prior day low. That's where it got rejected. So it should have a big impulse move through that area if this equity market can catch a bid. Nvidia is now going through some sell side. Microsoft's still pretty heavy. SPY's trying here. Apple firming up. New 15-minute candle has just started on Tesla. S&P 500 trying to make a move. Amazon's still weak. Come on, let's take these calls back green, guys. Back green. We could have trimmed about 40%, but we're looking for a big move. Interest rates, 2-year yield still down sharply. VIX is still elevated. We'll see if they try to do a VIX crush Friday, sell the volatility into the end of the session. So Apple just printed new lows, guys. Apple printing new lows down 2% right now. So that's why the S&P is seeing some more weakness. UNH still trying to hold steady. Amazon still trying to hold steady. Nvidia still trying to hold steady. Microsoft just still flat, trading at 10-minute chart support. So Apple sweeping those lows yet again. I'm still surprised Apple couldn't hold on to any of these gains. That's just the way sometimes the cookie wants to crumble. Tesla's still just consolidating sideways here. Still a sideways pattern on Tesla. Nothing yet. No breakout observed yet. S&P coming lower. Markets are just pinned here. Pinned, coiling for a big move. Dump or pump, which way are you gonna go? Microsoft going for new lows on the session. Amazon still melting for new lows here. Apple's at new lows. Nvidia trying to hold steady. Tesla trying to hold steady. We just need this market to try to get a little bit of momentum for Tesla to try to squeeze here. Tesla trying to do a little peekaboo breakout here, a little bit more volume trying to creep in. SPY still trying to be defended here. Apple new low, Microsoft new low. Come on, Tesla wants to break out, guys. This market is just so weak, but Tesla wants to diverge and firm up. There's a few divergences in the market. Netflix is one of them. Tesla trying, Eli Lilly holding. Amazon's trying to find a bit of a base here. Apple as well. Microsoft still seeing heavy price action. Microsoft's dripping to the downside here. It is breaking through 10-minute chart support. Nvidia holding though. Nvidia holding steady. How are your semis doing? So your semiconductors are holding up much better, which is why I think this market could bounce a little bit. I've been watching semis and they are trying to hold much more relative strength off of the lows. They are almost trying to test this opening range high breakout. So obviously, if semis try to push here, it could lift the S&P and NASDAQ. Tesla, come on Tesla, please break out. Amazon still down 7.79%, guys. 7.79%. Come on, Tessie. Can Tesla make a peekaboo breakout? Get back above that prior day. We are seeing some capital rotation trends. Trying to firm up here, guys. Apple's trying, Nvidia's trying to make a push. Come on, Tesla, breakout. Still holding these Tesla 310s. Microsoft still dripping to the downside. SPY's pinned. Hasn't gone anywhere. Amazon falling lower now. Apple down about 2% on the session. SPY's looking a little bit heavier here. See, SPY's hourly chart is very heavy still. Tesla getting some top wicks. Microsoft, new lows. Amazon going to take out its low as well. Look at Amazon's weakness, guys. So Amazon looking to sweep its low. Wow, pretty crazy. There goes Amazon sweeping its low, guys. I think we're getting close here. We're getting close to a bounce in the S&P. You got some stocks. The weak stocks are definitely sweeping their lower pivots, stopping long traders out who picked those bottoms. So Amazon new low on the session, Microsoft new low, Tesla holding, Nvidia holding, AMD holding, semiconductors are holding, healthcare trying to firm up a little bit here, minor bit. UNH building a potential mini bull flag on your 10-minute chart. London just closed. Netflix still up 0.5%. Tesla only down 1 compared to the S&P and Qs are down much more. Two-year yield still down 5.6, 10-year yield down 3.2, gold is up 1.8, Dixie's down 1% on the session, nat gas is slightly negative, crude oil down 2.62, Bitcoin under 115,000 again, trading down 0.8%. Your Dow component is weak on the session today, that's down 1.43. S&P hitting midday down 1.68 here. QQQ down 1.87%. A lot of red on the screen, although there are some stocks trying to diverge a little bit. Still majority of weakness in this tape. Apple's trying to catch a nice bid off of the lows. Microsoft's still selling off. So you are seeing some mini capital rotation trends, guys, just some minor ones. Excuse me. But you can see SPY just is struggling to get any sort of a bounce. Yeah, UNH doesn't want to go up either, but we'll see if they want to bounce it into the end of the session. Afternoon session, maybe. Afternoon session. Volume's lightening up here, so lighter volume does favor stocks to float and grind. So it's been a nice sell-off in the markets. PayPal going lower. Wow, PayPal's just going lower. And to me, what the most ideal setup for market makers is, you always want to try to think of what could happen, you know, as a trading standpoint. Obviously, we're trading the minutes and the daily charts here, but on the daily chart of the SPX, so let me actually just pull this up for you guys. It's easier to see the visual. So market makers always want to trap liquidity, right? That's the main thing you want to always keep in the mind. If you were a market maker, how can you trap long and short liquidity? How can they make more money from this market? Well, simply put, we've now had a massive 2-day fall in the S&P 500, okay? Typically, stocks go through a 3-bar surge to the low. However, if they were to gap markets down on Monday, the most pain would be to bounce them now into the afternoon, get people to try to chase this long, and then gap it down on Monday. So I think we can still get a buy program into the end of the day on these markets, and then maybe Monday we get a gap down. That's just what I'm thinking. Again, that's all speculation, but at least that's what I'm thinking, right? So a little bit of a buy program, trap more long investors, and then gap it down Monday. That would be somewhat ideal. If I was a market maker, that's what I would look to do. Nevertheless, we are still looking for Tesla to break out here. I still think Tesla can go positive. It's been consolidating quite nicely, holding a little bit more relative strength. We've been patient with this name, guys. We've been absolutely patient. UNH trying, Amazon trying to firm up off of a double bottom, Microsoft still weak, Nvidia trying to push. Come on, Tesla, breakout here. Tesla's trying for a breakout, guys. If we can get back above this prior day, this is some very tight 5 and 15-minute consolidation on the Tesla chart. Tesla does like lower interest rates. Canopy Growth seeing some positivity today. That's kind of interesting. Lower cost of capital, I guess. Oversold name. Look at that S&P 500. Just does not want to give it up. Just does not want to bounce yet. Pretty crazy. Apple still trying to firm up. Nvidia looks like a floater, trying to float back up to that prior day. AMD is also trying to float back up. Such coiling in the markets. You have to anticipate a big move is brewing. Come on, Tesla, break out of this little neckline. Come on, Tesla. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Get back above that PDL. You saw how Tesla can move quickly and these contracts can explode, right? But Tesla, like I said, I called it from the beginning. Still confident in this trade that we can make money on it. It is trying to firm up even though the markets are really not doing anything here. Microsoft still trading under 523, weak on the session. That's okay for our short on Microsoft. Tesla catching a little bit more momentum. Trying to move here, guys. Trying to move. Come on, get back above. Explode higher, Tesla. Just catch a huge momentum bid and explode. SPY's still not moving. There goes Tessie trying to recapture that PDL, guys. Come on. Getting some higher wicks, guys. Inverse head and shoulders is trying to trigger here, guys. This could be a huge banger. A huge banger. Imagine we go green and imagine we trigger and fulfill this whole upside pattern on Tesla 317.50. Imagine that happens. Is it my base case? No, but one can speculate. This market has made astonishing moves. And we've certainly seen Tesla make wild moves, though it's not out of the wheelhouse for Tesla to push this up. Positive energy, yes sir. Tesla's trying here on the 5-minute chart to break out. Is the S&P slowly behind it? Nvidia trying to firm up. Still no bid in Microsoft. Minor bid in Apple. Come on, Tessie. Keep pushing. Keep pushing, guys. Can you smell it? An inverse head and shoulders looking a little bit more likely minute by minute here, guys. We've been patient. Don't get too excited. We haven't secured any profits, but things are looking a little bit more positive for Tesla, guys, as we're creeping. We are creeping. We've been sitting on this trade for a little bit longer than I usually trade in the morning sessions, but sometimes you got to sit for the big moves. Look at contracts. They're starting to wake up. Gotta get these 310s in the money. Here we go. Keep on going. Keep on going. SPY catching a little bit of momentum now. Let's see if we can get that 20-day moving average back test. UNH still weak on the session. Genesis saying, I can feel it in my bones. I know, we're back above that PDL, guys. So that's a nice candle to the upside on Tesla. That is a really nice candle. Come on, Tessie. Keep it going. I'm sensing something here on Tesla, guys. We might be in for a wild push here. Tesla looking to go green. Going for another high of day, even as the S&P is still just meandering sideways here, guys. Come on, can we catch this banger? I try to find you good levels. We are in profit. But we're looking for that big home run hit. We have been patient. Look at the melting up on Tesla, guys. Things are starting to squeeze here. Don't get too excited, but Tesla just printed a new high of day. Again, we haven't traded Tesla in a long time, but it was due. It was due. When we see opportunity and relative strength divergences, we will hop on board. Beautiful candle. We are in profit, guys. Let's see. Are we going to achieve that insanely higher bull price target? That would be absolutely mind-blowingly strong. Tesla can squeeze still. SPY has barely moved here, and Tesla is almost printed to the green side here, guys. Tesla is looking very, very positive. Come on. Tesla's making now higher highs and higher lows, guys. So we now have a bit of an intraday trend reversal. This is what day traders, momentum traders look for. Not only is Tesla showing relative strength compared to its peers, it is also printing higher highs and higher lows. Has the S&P made a higher high yet intraday? No, it hasn't. So notice the small divergences. Those are the nuances that algorithms are automatically programmed for and skilled traders look for. Again, we've called Tesla. We said to don't be surprised if Tesla tries to go green. It was down sharply at the lows. Tesla was down almost, what, 2.5% at the lows, and now it's trying to go green. SPY catching a minor bid, Nvidia curling up, Apple curling up, Amazon is trying to fight, Microsoft still trying to firm up, but still weak on the session. UNH not really doing too much down here in these dark depths of the abyss, but S&P 500 back above 623. Tesla getting some profit taking. I want to see Tesla hold and consolidate above this prior day low. That's our next consolidation range. Holding above this PDL 306.10. That's what I want to see for Tesla. If we can do that, we should go higher, guys. We should go higher. Getting a little bit of a breakout. This is where the breakout traders should try to start coming into Tesla on the long side. You're getting some more positive price action in the S&P 500. Let's get this money, guys. Get this big push on Tesla. Can we get 310 calls in the money? So far, the poll in the chat, 5 votes, 80% say yes, 20% say no. So most people are bullish Tesla with me. A little bit of voting there. Come on, Tessie, keep going. Keep building off of this intraday momentum. Smells like you want to go green. 2 minutes left in the 15-minute candle. We're just consolidating. This is actually constructive. If Tesla was squeezing too quickly, too fast, that wouldn't make the move as sustainable. But this little 5-minute sell side candle is actually very healthy for Tesla. I like to see that. That means we're probably going higher. Look at the S&P 500 now, guys. That's starting to wake up. S&P 500 is starting to wake up. Apple, big stick to the upside on Apple. Amazon still trying. Come on, Tessie. Seeing some accumulation trends occurring. Let's look at this intraday 2-minute chart. Building a constructive base over that EMA 113 on the 2-minute. We're well above that EMA on the 1-minute. Yeah, we're green, but I'm looking for a bigger move, right? We're holding steady. We're holding steady here. Tesla's just backing and filling. SPY is trying to float and grind. But I think there's still a lot of meat on the bone in this trade, guys. A lot. And we have the reason why we have a lot of meat on the bone still is the VIX range is huge. So that makes our trading ranges even wider. When you have volatility in the market, the trading ranges for us are massive. When the VIX is compressed at the lows and the market just does a float and grind, that's a very low trading range. You ride this thing all day, beautiful. Yeah, we could potentially have a huge push in the S&P. Remember, still that thesis of 628 retest. But look at Tesla, guys. We've been patient. I know a lot of people left. They threw the bag out because we were getting smashed down here at the lows. And now look. Just patience. It's not even 12 o'clock. And these contracts are ripping now. Ripping. And everyone had the opportunity to even get a better average than me. I come out here, put my neck on the line, put my entries out here. And I was down sharply on the trade, right? And now look. Contracts are pushing 90 cents here, 92 cents. Look at this, guys. Tesla's absolutely starting to fly to the upside, still giving us new highs on Tesla. Come on. Give us more, Tessie. Give us more. Yeah, look at that. SPX is ripping. Tesla's outperforming everything right now. That's the hot stock. Tesla's almost going to go green here, guys. Tesla wants green price action. S&P hasn't even given us a higher high, and look what Tesla's doing. Nvidia hasn't even given us a higher high. Amazon, no higher high. Apple, no higher high. Microsoft, no higher high. Out of all the mag names, Tesla's the one that's holding unrelenting strength here. Look at it. Pushing. Only down 0.13. Can Tesla go positive here, guys? Tesla is about to go positive. Contracts are exploding here. Exploding higher. 310 calls. You can smell them. Please hit that like button, guys. Yeah, this is amazing stuff. We've been patient. We don't just pick random levels on these charts. The reason why we're in the strongest meg cap name that just went positive, guys, look at that. Tesla just exploded positive. Watch these call structures come in. Huge, huge, huge trade there on Tessie, guys. I just trimmed 1/3 of my position there on Tesla, guys. 1/3 of my position on Tesla. Beautiful. That was epic. Epic, 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 guys. We're up over 100% at that high wick there, guys. Huge, huge. Let's go is right, and we still got more. TP1 was tagged. TP2's coming up, but I'm going to hold still. S&P's barely. So 100% on first trim, and everyone had way more opportunity to make more money than that, guys. That was huge. Huge, guys. Nasty. 310 calls look to be getting into money, guys. Let's go. Boom. Absolutely killer trade, guys. Now, Tesla's due for a little bit of backing and filling here. But because it went positive, it should still see some more momentum, guys. But look at that TP1 retest. What a monster. What a monster. And don't say we did not warn you guys. You had ample time to get on board with the trade. Huge win there. Tesla should still go higher. S&P is probably going to print a higher high, but Tesla momentum is just starting to uptick here, guys. That was beautiful. We can only get U and H to go. That was a monster gain off of first trim. Still holding majority of contracts, looking for, like I said, that grand slam. Some people are going to try to short this pop on the S&P and Qs, but I do think that that is asking for trouble. Nvidia retesting prior day low. Bases are loaded. Yes, sir. Bases are loaded, guys. Let's see if we can squeeze up to that bullish target. So 15-minute chart is broken out of this inverse. You've broken out on the 5-minute chart. You confirmed the breakout on the 5-minute chart of Tesla. So now what we watch for is the next consolidation range sideways and then a bull flag breakout, just like we did here, guys. This consolidation range was 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50 minutes, almost 1 hour of consolidation. And then boom, you just get an epic impulse 15-minute move. And look at SPY. SPY's barely moved. Nvidia trying to make a higher high. Did it actually make it? So that candle high was 176. No, Nvidia hitting double top. So Nvidia hasn't even printed a higher high yet. Tesla's the only candle that's printed a higher high. And Tesla's green, guys. Oh, slightly negative, but pretty close. Pretty close there, guys. All right, let's see if the S&P can give us our first little higher high on the session. Tesla's doing what it's supposed to here, is going through a bit of backing and filling. So that's actually decent for Tesla. 1-minute chart consolidation there. We actually like to see that. Let it build another bull flag right on this EMA. You're trading now substantially above PDL. Please hit that like button, guys. Still just waiting for the S&P to give us that first higher high. That's when you'll also see a bunch of new liquidity start to pile in. They're waiting for that first higher high push in the markets, guys. But we have pretty much caught the best trade of the day in Tesla. I just want to appreciate that moment. Tesla still could have a lot of upside. We still have 4 hours left in this trading day, and you can imagine if Tesla completes this bullish inverse head and shoulders. You know, you think about the move that we're thanks, Genesis, moment appreciate. You think about what is occurring in the markets today. Huge amounts of liquidity exiting Microsoft, exiting Nvidia, exiting AMD, exiting Apple, exiting Amazon. And it doesn't take much of that liquidity. Remember, Tesla's small, way smaller compared to all these companies. And it's been going through a huge distribution phase. Guys, another signal from the market. What just printed its first higher high of the session? Nvidia. Nvidia just printed the first higher. So now you have Tesla, one of the highest beta mag names, printing higher highs. You have Nvidia, the largest company in the world, printing higher highs. What is happening in the market right now? Are you observing these signals? Is the S&P going to print a higher high? Likely. Are the Qs going to try to retake some leadership here? Probably. SPY right now still leading the charge to the upside. And this is healthy for Tesla, consolidating right over that previous rejection pivot. Even just staying above this prior day low. That is a very healthy thing to see for Tesla because it means we can absolutely push higher. It does mean that. So I still think that the trend is starting to catch a little bit of firm price action. Again, on Fridays, they like to sell the VIX. That's a high statistical probability. People also typically like to close their put options on weekends. Costs money to short. Come on, S&P, give us our first higher high. Nvidia looking much more firm. Microsoft hasn't even participated yet. Amazon's barely participated. Apple's barely participated here. 2 stocks in the mag names are participating, and you have a handful of semiconductors starting to participate. Let's go. Come on, Tessie. Give us a new high of day. I would like to see that. Please and thank you. SPY's still trying to push here. Nvidia's ripping, guys. Ram's first target on SPX is 62.70, followed by 62.80. Yeah, I mean, my target is this 20-day moving average, which is sitting right around the 628 on SPY. Let's look at SPX here. Yeah, so 62.80 would be a breakout of that opening range. Definitely. So SPY's close to printing its first higher high here. You have to anticipate that it will, based off of what we're seeing in Nvidia. Tesla's still consolidating. Beautiful, healthy consolidation in this market. Let's see this S&P. Remember, we're also got S&P 500, 0 DTE Lotto. That right now is green. Can I increase my volume? Volume check. It's because I'm sitting down. My mic's a little bit farther. Let me pull my mic up here. Sometimes I don't like to have it here, but hopefully that's a little bit better. All right, SPY still trying to give us that first higher high. We still haven't had it yet. Here it comes. SPY is trying. Can it give us the first higher high? We are still pushing higher here on Tesla. Still riding 66% of the position. Contracts are still trying to move higher here. SPY still going for higher high. Amazon really hasn't participated yet. Microsoft hasn't participated yet. Apple hasn't participated yet, but it looks like they might partake in the party. You could see an impulse move through this area. Here goes SPY, guys. Is it going to give us that first higher high push? Give it to us, SPY. So close. Look at this. SPY's trying, guys. SPY's going to do it. Nvidia's ripping. Apple trying. Nothing in Microsoft yet. Come on, SPY. Give us that higher high. Give us the higher high. Just turned 12 o'clock, guys. Volume trends now are lightening up. Let's see how much volume we're trading on the S&P 500 because we can likely double it from here. So we're trading 53 million, so we'll trade 100 million. Not that much volume compared to how nasty it was. So this could just be a fake liquidity grab, guys. It could. There goes the higher high on SPY. Expect this market to now get some crazy increase in liquidity, guys. They are going to pump stocks here. They are definitely going to pump stocks here. SPY just printed a higher high. So in the very short term, intraday price action, we just now formed higher highs and higher lows. Our 0DT contract is trying to wake up here. Trying to. Tesla going for another new high of day push. Yep, SPX is printing, guys. This is what patience involves. Tesla is starting to shake and move as well. Remember, I gave you that 628 level. Way down here, guys. Way down here. I called that 628 back to us. We're still a long way away from that zone. But I've called that. Tesla's going to give us a new high of day breakout. Hood turned green. Unbelievable. You're seeing some accumulation in this market. Again, there's some accumulation. Tesla is going for another new high of day. S&P printed a high of day. Things are turning the corner here. Showing a little bit more positivity. Just a little bit more. I will have to take a break around 12:30, 12:45, guys. Have a very important call. Thank you. My call was on point. I appreciate that. Genesis, appreciate the report. And I still think we can go higher. But I'll stay on for a few more minutes, guys, till about 12:30, and then I gotta prepare for a little business call. Keep the stream going. Obviously, manage the trades accordingly. SPY's still trying to grind higher. Now you're getting participation from Microsoft. No, I didn't close Tesla calls. I took TP1, one trim. I'm still holding the majority. We took up over 100%. I'm still holding, I only trimmed 1/3. I'm still holding my majority, guys. I'm looking for 310s to get in the money. 310s to get in the money, which is this TP2. And then I'd consider selling a little bit more. I'll take another trim and then keep some runners. But contracts are waking up here. Even our SPY zeros are waking up. If UNH could only make a bullish reversal, that would be printing. Here comes Tesla, new high of day, guys. Tesla's trying. Give it to us. SPY is into a little bit of resistance here. I do think it can work itself through and reach that opening range. Yeah, I'm still holding 340s. I won't close those unless we got them in the money. I'll let them go to a zero before I close them. Because the trade is risk-free, Bart. Trade on those 340s is risk-free because we took that downside earnings put hedge on Tesla, which absolutely printed to the downside. So the trade is pretty much risk-free. I'm bullish Tesla. Falling rates, distribution in the market. I think Tesla can make a nice run here. At least back to 340. Tesla printed a new high of day there, guys. Things are perking up. Beautiful, beautiful move there on Tessie. Wonderful. Apple still hasn't participated. Nvidia seeing a little bit of top wick selling. Microsoft still trying to push. Amazon trying to push. Were you sick, Bart? Sitting around asking. Nvidia right back. Apple and Microsoft haven't even gotten going. Apple and Microsoft could really catapult this market higher, guys. We haven't even seen them push yet. We haven't even seen them push yet. Oh, you had an accident? Shoot, didn't even know that. Hopefully you're okay. Thanks for letting me know. SPY's trying to make a push here. Can Apple and Microsoft firm up? Tesla still just consolidating sideways for its next big push. Can we get these 310 calls in the money? We're still trying to push higher here in the equity markets as Apple's curling down. You have Amazon, Nvidia, Tesla trying to push up. Again, this market could really see a sizable bid higher if you get Apple and Microsoft to participate in this little bit of a rally in the S&P. But S&P is slowly grinding, guys, slowly grinding. Amazon pushing, Tesla going for that new high of day. Come on, Ted, look at the S&P, guys. Starting to rip here. S&P 500 starting to shake and move. Big push in the markets. Can Apple and Microsoft firm up here? Even those 628 calls on SPY 0 DTEs are waking up sharply here, guys. Those are starting to wake up big time. SPY's still printing. Nvidia going for another high of day. Apple's only just starting to try to wake up here, guys. Same thing with Microsoft. So let's see if we can get a punch into the 625.76 range on SPY. That's your next fib retrace of this whole entire down move. Come on, Tesla is going to give us a new high of day. Apple seeing more selling, hasn't even participated. We've been patient, guys. Look at this base. Tesla's flagging sideways to push higher. Again, Tesla is green, guys. Tesla slightly green compared to your other mag names. Certain other semiconductor components are going green. Netflix still green, but that's softened up a little bit. UNH flagging on the 10-minute, looking like it wants to catapult higher very shortly. Wow. That's crazy, Bart. Still waiting on Apple and Microsoft to firm up here. So you have Apple printing a new low of day there. Apple seeing more selling. That hasn't even participated in this rally in the S&P. The question is, can Apple firm up here and give us a reversal to help the S&P push here? Still struggling immensely on Apple. No real movement there. Tesla just flagging sideways. Nvidia still holding above prior day. So Tesla is starting to see some more distribution here. Apple new low of day. S&P still trying to hold above that previous high. I think Tesla's still shaking out people here before the next bigger surge to the upside. Basically, Tesla's gone back to the negative side here, but still acting okay. It's above its prior day low. It's outperforming a lot of other individual names. You still have much more outperformance. The only other one that's outperforming Tesla in terms of where it's relatively trading is actually they're both kind of neck and neck. Nvidia and Tesla are both above their prior day low. Everything else in the mega cap tech land is below its prior day. So we'll see if, as long as it stays and consolidates above this area, it should technically be okay. S&P 500 had that impulse 5-minute breakout candle, getting some sell side liquidity as we speak right now. Apple's still a ball and chain on its market, falling to the downside. Microsoft's still weak. Tesla looking a little bit heavier. We'll see if it can firm up in the next few minutes here. So I was looking at this Fed watch tool at the beginning. There was no rate cuts. There was about a 60% chance of no rate cut in September. Now look, 82.9% chance of a rate cut in September. Huge probability swing. Huge. So I think I know why Apple is selling off here so sharply, guys. It had a blockbuster earnings and obviously just getting destroyed. One of the reasons I think Apple is selling is it's entering an environment where Apple's business is primarily dominated by cash flow and just generating huge amounts of revenue. Obviously, its profit margins aren't the biggest and largest, but Apple's just a cash cow and they do a lot of business around interest rates and getting interest on their amounts of cash flow. They're basically a bank, parking billions and billions and billions on their balance sheet, yielding, 3, 4, 5% return depending on what they're fixed in. But now that interest rates are expecting to be cut, Apple could keep going through a little bit more choppy waters as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how capital rotates. We're already seeing home builders seeing some strength today. Capital rotation trends. Will biotech see a little bit of rotation since cost of capital will decrease? But short-term rate cuts should be slightly bullish for the market. Over the medium and long term, as the economy starts to break down to the end of the year, 2026, that's when typically we need to be very, very careful while holding equities. So guys, just a heads up here, Tesla has gone through 50 minutes of consolidation since pretty much spiking higher here. This little bull flag was 55 minutes. So I think we're getting very close potentially for another little leg higher, but obviously it's taking its time, doing it a little bit more constructively. S&P still trying to hold that higher high, but coming in a little bit now. You've had a little bit of weakness in Nvidia, Microsoft, Apple still printing new lows. So we'll see if we can still make a push higher. Still think the markets are actively seeing some accumulation here in the near term. Let's see if we can still push higher.